Okay. Okay, Israel Shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat Shalom. We're back at it. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala, or from Guatemala, to the people, the brothers and sisters that are being taught from California all the way to Georgia. Hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing well. Shout out Kazakia, SOW Virginia, Quatazap SOW Houston, and Zion SOW Rochester, New York. We're about to sit back and continue in our classes dealing with the Maccabees. After we send our prayers up and give the Most High His acknowledgments. So, Amajim, Wapanya, Yirat Shalom.
Stand face Jerusalem.
Thank goodness this is yours. Okay. Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Waponya, Yirat Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Hohoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaiah. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamuat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamaya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yashuala. Yahweh. Shemoria. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayel. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Harabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemoria. Makol. Rai. Yashemor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemor. Haralakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. I will
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Aman. Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear Israel. Our power of the Lord is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahweh. Malakwavka. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'arataza. Kawa. Hayah. Bashemayim. Natamanawa. Lecham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachano. Chawabatino. Kasalachano. Chawabatino. Wala'a. Tabiano. Bonasai 1. Abo. Hawashino. Mayan. Rad. Kaya. Laka. Hamarakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapara. La'aya. Amen.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
10 Commandments. La'aya. Laka. Alahayam. Akayam. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Number 2. La'a. Ta'ayna. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make of thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Talakha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'a. Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill. Murder.
Number 7. La'a. Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ayna. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'khamat.
Call.
Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Nothing else.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabians.
Take seats.
All right. Go back to where we stopped at, because this is the next page where we're going to.
I'm going there. I just want to say this.
I know, it's one word. We instead of he.
No. Neither.
I'm not going to change it because it's two words and the same thing. It's neither and it's we. It should be he will not suffer back for it to be moved.
I'm not tripping. I'm just saying.
The truth is, I don't want to stress the brother out.
We can do it ourselves.
Or maybe I can ask him and they can replace that one page at the spot and then they can put it back in because he did that one time. So maybe we can do that. Maybe we'll do that. The good thing is only one page and I don't want to mess up.
No, he did a great job.
Once again, if you're listening, Izar Tawada. The packet you did is great. I know it's a lot of changes and fixes and adjustments.
We do appreciate that.
No doubt, bro. Because without it, it's hell on earth if it's done the wrong way. So thank you again, brother. Okay, so just kind of like a recap on the topic that we went into last week. Once again, it was infighting amongst the nation. Antiochus Epiphanes dies. His son Antiochus Eupator comes into power. He's only 9 years old. Eupator's regent, or the person responsible for gearing him as a king, his name was Lysias.
Child king, right?
Yeah, like I said, he's 9 years old. Okay. Antiochus is 9 years old. Lysias is his regent. Lysias is pretty much running the kingdom and advising Eupator the ways of what it takes to lead. Philip was Antiochus Epiphanes' number one guy. Antiochus gave Philip the crown until Eupator comes of age, but Lysias didn't accept that. So Philip doesn't go to Antioch, he goes to Egypt first. He collects himself, and Philip is getting ready whenever the Spirit moves him to go back and claim the throne for himself, to be the regent, to claim the throne to be the regent for Antiochus Eupator. That's what's going on in the background. Now the Jews don't know anything about this. So as that's happening, you still have Menelaus, who was the high priest of Israel at the time, who was kind of set up at Acra. Remember, Acra was that citadel that was right next to the temple.
So it's the same standing previous priest. We had a whole class about this. That was the priest that stopped teaching and started going to the gym.
And then pushing the Greek way. Yes. So just that quick picture as a backdrop of what's happening. Accra was right next to the temple. And Accra was that citadel that was fortified, pushing the Greek way, pushing the Greek influence, along with the high priest was set up in that temple. What ends up happening is the people, the Israelites that are living Hellenistic, were getting in the way of Israelites that wanted to go to the temple to serve the Most High.
In the nation.
What people don't understand is back in the day, from the ancient days to damn near to the 1900s, political extremism was a significant thing. What I mean is this: the people that were pro-Hellenistic, it wasn't just let's vote, let's peacefully protest our positions, let's peacefully protest what we believe in. It wasn't that. The people that were pro-Hellenistic threw those hands on top of pushing their beliefs.
Yeah.
So what the people that were in the citadel of Accra were doing, as you can see in the picture, on the way up to the temple, you can see like the little path. There's a path to the far right side that leads you to the entrance of the temple. Right? The people of Accra were blocking that space and physically killing Israelites that were choosing to serve the Most High. Now, from their perspective, they were being physical. There was a physical resistance to attack the political position that Israel chose to choose the Most High. The people sat back and chose to look at our people's desire to serve the Most High and go to the temple as a political attack on the Hellenistic way.
Yeah. So
Menelaus and his people were quote-unquote thugs. The funny thing is, this is what the same thing they said about Hitler when in the 1920s and 30s when he was setting up his Nazi government. They were saying, oh yeah, the Nazi government was a bunch of thugs that were beating up people. Well, hell, so were the communists. That was what you did to push your political party. Have you ever seen gangs in New York?
Yeah.
Remember that guy, William Cutting? And that guy was like the mayor? You think he was just sitting back here and just asking for votes and being a nice guy? He was sitting back here killing people, mopping up his literal his competition. Remember that guy that was a barber, had that club full of like people he killed, and how William Cutting took a big ass axe and threw it right in his back. You're like, ah! He was literally sitting back here. They were talking about political positioning, guys, and they were at a disagreement on politics, and William Cutting threw a literal damn knife or axe at his back,
with the big chops.
Oh yeah, with the big chops. He took the axe out of his back and then started stabbing him.
Man.
That was how they solved political problems back in the day.
That's how we talk about.
That's politics. That's how politics used to be.
Oh, we run you off the voting booth.
Well, we're gonna kill you.
Yep.
And then what we're gonna do? We're gonna take all the bums and they would grab the bums out and throw them into the damn polling stations out.
Oh yeah.
You was drunk. You was drunk. They grab you. Oh, vote. Then they take him out. Then they put a Groucho Marx a mustache on him and throw him in there again with a different name. That's what they did to people. That's violence. That's political violence. Why am I saying that? Because that's what Menelaus was doing to the Jews. There was political violence. They looked at our desire to serve the Most High as politically attacking the Hellenistic political way they had. So they were killing Israelites from Accra, from the Tower of Accra, as the people were going to serve the Most High. Far right. So this was political violence. So Judas sees that our people were getting murked and killed. So he said, I got to do something about this, and I have to stoop to the level and establish political violence back. So now Judas and his men, they siege the citadel, or they besiege it. Not they siege it, they besieged it. They circled it. They start setting up their mechanical structures to break down the walls and to go to war with those negative Jews inside of the citadel. What ends up happening is if you see the citadel of Accra, there's access to some gates or some areas here to the right. When you see the old pictures of Jerusalem, there's gates all around it. There's gates all around Jerusalem. So they must have got through some gates in Jerusalem to the far east, got out, and made their way to Antioch. And then these people that were speaking on behalf of Menelaus ends up getting to Antioch, where Antiochus Jupiter was, and Lysias was, the regent, and they're petitioning Antiochus Jupiter to come in and help them, because this evil man Judas has been an enemy to his father, and is an enemy to him, and that these poor old guys that are pushing pro-Hellenistic ways are being accosted by Judas, and they're spinning it in a way that makes Antiochus think, what? Oh, these guys are sitting back here.
They're the aggressors.
They're the aggressors. Now we got to bring it to these Judas and these guys, because they're the aggressors. Can you change that up?
And the brothers at Acra are the equivalent of the boule today.
Yeah.
The boule is the council that Esau goes to. It's basically the house Negroes in the proverbial, situation. It's basically the house Negroes of the plantation, or politically the boule, which is upper echelon Judites that have stood out to European culture, and their job is to implement. Their job is to be the blackface of whatever agenda that their masters feeding to the commoners or us, the people. So Acra, at that time, Acra is equivalent to the boule now.
Or like community leaders.
Yeah. Community leaders that pretend to be about the people, but they're just following orders from their masters.
Much Al Sharpton's.
Al Sharpton's just.
But they throw hands. Al Sharpton, they throw hands. Huh?
Yeah.
These guys box.
They're a little more rugged.
A lot more. These guys are physical killers. I can't say Sharpton don't have goons too. They got goons. Huh?
They do have goons.
Sharpton and them got goons. Yeah. Huh? They got guys that throw hands. So it's not just.
They might not throw hands.
They got guys they hired. Their whole job is to sit back here and throw hands, shoot people, and sit down for a little bit in jail. I'll never forget. There was a guy named Chris Carter was a football player, Hall of Famer, and he used to go to rookie symposiums and talk to these athletes about like avoiding violence and avoiding making the wrong choices when they start making money. And he told these guys in the symposium, he said, "Listen, man, you don't want to get involved in any violent scenario. So if you do go out and you party, you got to hire some guys that are willing to sit down for you, man." He said you got to hire goons, Doc. Well, he said you got to hire shooters so they can take the fall for you.
Hey,
and they didn't invite him anymore to symposiums.
Well, he kept it the most real.
He kept it the most real. He says you don't need to do nothing.
You got to have somebody drive the white Bronco.
You got to have goons on payroll that's going to keep the straps close to protect you.
You got to have a shine.
Yeah, he sat down for a little bit. He took a bad deal.
Like 10 years.
But he did get some money out of it.
And now he's the president of whatever country he's from.
Okay.
He got a hookup.
Okay. That was a reward for sitting down for 10 years.
He's from Belize.
He sat down for Diddy. He sat down for Diddy.
He sat down for Diddy when Diddy and his woman went to the club.
And J-Lo. It was J-Lo too.
J-Lo. Diddy shot the club up.
Yep.
And then
they gave him the gun.
And then Sean's like, what do you want me to do? He's like, you did it.
Hold this. Hold this.
He's like, in court. And Nas said, I don't like how Diddy and Sean had different lawyers.
Yeah. That was a great song, by the way. That was a great song.
That was a commentary on it. It wasn't right to have your guy have a different lawyer. You have the best lawyer. He has a trash lawyer.
Huh.
You're setting him up to take the fall.
Huh.
Well, he is the fall guy.
That's what he was there for.
There's always a fall guy. Even in Caucasian culture, there's a fall guy.
Yes, there is. That's why you have a criminal underworld. You have a criminal underworld to do the things that the CIA and the government can't have their hands associated with. That's what the CIA. That's what your dark under the books agents are there for. You have your clean part of the CIA, and you have your dirty part of the CIA.
You got mercenaries.
You have the guys that deal in the underworld and deal with the consequences of the underworld. What do you think Jeffrey Epstein is there for? He's here to do the dirty work.
He's a fall guy.
He does the underbelly stuff that has ties to the CIA and Mossad. But when things go bad, You can cut him off and say he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's trafficked women.
Yeah.
It was okay when it was suiting your purpose, though.
And
Somebody has to do that there. Don't forget, his accomplice, Maxwell, to the CIA.
Sorry.
Maxwell, her father was Mossad, but to be more specific, her father was Jeffrey Epstein before Jeffrey Epstein. How about that? Mm-hmm. He was the one that was doing all the black market selling of software that was sitting back here used. He was selling software to governments all across the world that had a backdoor computer program that the Mossad was able to sit back here and keep tabs of all the workings of all the governments across the world. So the Mossad had access to all of the secrets of all the countries in the world, and this guy Robert Maxwell was the one selling the software.
It can secretly record.
Was his name really Robert Maxwell?
Yeah, it was. His name was Robert Maxwell.
Because that was like his fifth name. Remember he changed his name like 5 times?
Yeah.
They're all dirty people.
But he was a Zionist.
Yep.
And he worked for Mossad and the CIA. The CIA used that information and used those back doors to gain tracking of the economics of the world countries. And Mossad took the information and used it for the intel on these countries. And that's what it was. And he did the dirty work before the new guy did, Epstein. That's the game. So somebody has to sit back.
It's a slot.
It's a slot. There is a vacuum that has to be filled to be the face of that dirty empire.
Did he the same way?
That's the point. On a lower level.
Yep.
There has to be a person that does that job until they're no longer wanted. They said that guy Robert Maxwell was on his yacht and all of a sudden killed himself. Did he kill his mother and his wife went down there and said he didn't kill himself. And they sat back and found all the paperwork that they needed to keep that had ties to who killed him in the first place. They know it was an inside job. But that job has a shelf life. You do it, you shine, you rise, you make your money, you gain your leverage until you no longer want it, then they get rid of you.
And then Prince Charles can come back outside when the girl that broke the story about the situation, she disappeared.
Which one was this?
The young 17-year-old that broke the story.
That's blonde, right?
She was being handled.
The story about who?
She was being handled. And she said she was being coerced by Prince Charles and some other elites.
Yeah.
Well, she just recently died of. I think they say she took herself out.
Listen, Epstein.
They said she was hit by a bus the day before. She went online and she wrote an article that said that I love my kids, my wife, I love my kids, my family, and if I die, I love you. But the funny part was people say in the picture she was already dead. Look at the picture of her last picture, her last post. She was already dead in her last post.
How about the person that allowed Epstein to go to the White House 17 times, gave him access? He hung himself and shot himself in the heart with a shotgun at the same time. And it was a suicide.
That's not real.
Listen, so I'm like, what's going on? Huh? You're gonna hang yourself, and while you're gasping for your last seconds of air, you sat back and you reverse engineered this shotgun and you shoot yourself at the same damn time.
And
they said at the crime scene there was no blood. There was little blood.
You
so
shot yourself with the 12
shotgun
gauge, with the 12 gauge, and there's no blood
in the chest while you're hanging.
No blood,
and there's not a lot of blood.
That's not realistic.
And that's a suicide.
Yeah.
It just lets you know how corrupt this place is, but there is a vacuum and a need for that shady underbelly so that the people that are really pulling the strings have plausible deniability. Mm-hmm. That is what this is all about, plausible deniability. So this is what's happening in the general, and we're going back to the political violence that's been happening from the beginning of time. So now you got Antiochus Jupiter is vexed. He's pissed off about this news. He got manipulated by this pro-Hellenistic faction in Israel. So he sits back here and goes all in with his military. 120,000 plus military people, 32 elephants. It was like multiple thousand horsemen.
But he was baited by wicked
Israelites.
Greek-focused
Israelites, yes.
He wouldn't have done it had not they pull
he
him.
wasn't even focused on that.
That wasn't his focus.
And this is what makes things so crazy, is that we keep having violence and infighting in Jerusalem because this one governmental group keeps bringing war back to Jerusalem. We always want to talk about the Jew, how wicked Esau is, and the wicked Edomites and the wicked Greeks. Listen, who's bringing the war home?
Yeah.
Wicked Jews. Wicked Jews that are trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
Yeah.
The same thing that the Jew is proud of, trying to get $1 out of 50, a dime and a nickel. What was that old song?
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to make a little bit and make it more.
That was pot.
So that exactly. It was that greedy energy is what brought war to Jerusalem and brought heartache to Jerusalem. So this massive army ends up coming from the south and taking out Beth-zur. Was the first location that got attacked. We're talking through the beginning because you got to make sure we talk to it to get to the climax of the point. So the red lining is how they got down to prepare for this battle. They go through Idumea, which is where Hebron is. They work up and attack Beth-zur first. They end up besieging it. And then once they besieged Beth-zur, which was low on supplies, because it was the 7th year, it was the sabbatical year, so there wasn't a lot of rations left to survive a long siege. Once Judas finds out about this, Judas comes from Jerusalem, stops his siege on the citadel, and works his way down south. He makes his way down south a few miles from Beth-zur in Beth-Zachariah, which is that second line up top. He gets to Beth-Zachariah, and then Jupiter does is leaves a small faction still besieging Beth-zur and works his way up and gives the majority of his focus to wipe out Judas at Beth-Zachariah. We explained about the elephants and the drunk elephants with mulberry juice and wine, and they were going crazy. And I read it. What they said is they ran them in lines like this. They were back to back to back on one another. So they would get through the line and then spread out. So there was no way Judas and them could hold their line in the middle. So the middle of the line was broken. Everything was going south. Eleazar, in hopes of trying to finish this battle sooner than later, ends up killing the elephant that he thought had Jupiter in it. He didn't. He dies. He kills the elephant, but he dies also. So now morale is at a super low. Judas ends up doing what? He ends up getting back to Jerusalem and preparing for a siege. And this was the first time Judas and his men took a real loss. And they were at the threat or the threshold of losing it all. And they were at the threshold of this resistance movement. With all the good that was done, they were a few days / months away from the entire besieging or the Israelite movement of reestablishing our own beliefs and religion in Jerusalem was about to get squashed. And it was almost all that sacrifice and dedication that we brought to the table for the Most High was about to be for naught. So that's the backdrop of the story, and that's where we left off last week. So what we're going to start off with is Josephus, book 12, chapter 9, paragraph 5. Let's get Adam in first because we can split up this reading for a little bit.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah Banya Howard Banya Shirali.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah Banya Howard.
Shout.
That messed me up. Can you say it again, sir? You said it so fast, man. It messed me up.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah Banya Howard Banya Shirali.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah Banya Howard Banya Shirali. I'm on you. Oh, Yahweh Shabbat Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shabbat Shabbat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're going to do Josephus, book 12, chapter 9, paragraph 5.
Chapter 9, paragraph 12.
Chapter 12.
Chapter 12. I mean, book 12,
Book
chapter
12.
9, paragraph 5.
Okay. But Judas, seeing the strength of the enemy, retired to Jerusalem and prepared to endure a siege. As for Antiochus, he spent part of his army to Bethzur to besiege it, and with the rest of his army he came against Jerusalem.
So he said a portion of it, he besieged Bethzur, which was our southernmost stronghold in our fortifications. Bethzur was the major city that was before you got to Edom. It was important to fortify that city because there was constant war coming from the south. So Antiochus said, we're going to break Bethzur with a small group of soldiers, and the rest of us are going to come up here in Jerusalem and break Jerusalem. Read on.
But the inhabitants of Bethzur were terrified at his strength, and seeing that their provisions grew scarce, they delivered themselves up on the security of oaths that they should suffer no hard treatment for the king.
So he said, we'll sit back here in Bethzur and give up our position as long as you promise not to destroy us. Now, a lot of times you do that, it don't work out. But you know, the only reason you sit back here and you throw yourself at the mercy of your enemy is when you don't have any more plays left.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they ran out of plays, they ran out of moves, but they had to do what they had to do. They had no other card support.
That's what you do when you get a plea deal in court. You know, you're just gonna take a plea. Say it again. Yeah, but you throw yourself at the mercy of the court.
But why do you do that if you didn't do anything?
Hoping that the judge. Okay. You ain't got enough mercenaries. Take the hit.
That, and a lot of times, a lot of young black kids back in the East Coast and in general, they'll take the plea deal because they don't have the money for lawyers.
Yeah.
So they'll sit back here. They don't have those public defendants are bad lawyers. So they're bad lawyers, and you don't have the money to pay for good defense, and your mama don't got no money for defense. So what do? Israel just sits back, takes a seat for 5 years, and they throw their life away. From there on out, they're a convict.
He said, "I got more time than money."
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and that's what you do, and that's what a lot of prosecutors do. They'll play the fact that if you go to trial, you don't have the money for lawyers. So if you go to trial, you might get 30 years.
If you
get 30 years if you go to trial with a bad lawyer, with a public defendant, or do you sit back and take a plea and take a 5-year deal, maybe get out in 3? When you take a 5-year deal and you go into Rikers, guess what's gonna happen? That 5 years gonna turn to 15 real quick. You gonna sit back here and just get abused and used when you're out there? Or you better fight back, and you know what you have. When you fighting back, somebody might die. And if you put somebody under the dirt defending yourself, guess what? Your 5-year sentence turns to 15, 20.
There you go.
Then you ain't going nowhere.
Or when you get out and they put you on a 20-year probation, but only give you 2 years. But then if you make one mistake, then you get 30 years.
You get trapped, you got 30 years.
Yeah. You violate, then you have the threat of making a mistake.
Then you get that mandatory minimum. And you in there for a long ass time, bro. You can forget it at that point.
Mandatory minimum.
Yeah.
Habitual.
Yeah.
Yes, for bullet, clip, knife, etc.
There you go. And then you throw your life away. So that's the game. This is what happens when you're out of plays. This is what happens when you're out of plays. And then once you get in the gladiator camp, what you gonna do? Because you going to jail, you better do something. You ain't listen. These guys, they don't want to talk it out. Have counsel out. They don't want no counsel out. They don't. So you better show force, especially early. You better show force early, or you're gonna be a target all the damn time. Remember that guy that I think Jay-Z did a show about him. Not that he's like the picture of nobility. He's not a noble guy. He's not a good guy at all. But he did a show about this brother that got thrown in jail in Rikers out. And he actually threw his hands pretty well out. But he didn't do nothing. But he didn't have the money to fight it. So he took a plea deal, went to Rikers out, and was fighting every day in Rikers. He was a target. You know what? Listen, he was in Rikers for a couple years. What they tell you in jail, you're going to fight. You're going to win something. You're going to lose something. It ain't like you're going to win every fight, and there's 1 or 2 hits and then sit out. You're going to win, you're going to lose. And then what happens when you lose? Because when he got out, he wasn't the same. He ended up killing himself like a year after he got out. It was a sad story, but a lot of our people got hit that way. There was some Israelites, some Ephraimites that got pegged for they got thrown in jail in New York in the 70s, for a crime about assaulting a woman that they didn't do. It was like the something 5 or something like that.
Yeah, Trump was talking about wanting them to get the book.
Yeah, the New Harlem 5.
Yeah, the Harlem, something like that. The Harlem 5, they didn't do it. And a lot of these guys went in jail, and they came back broken men. And you know what that means? When they get out of jail, they're never the same. But they didn't do that in the first place. The system is messed up. Anyway, don't want to focus on that. Even though we did. So this is what's happening. We'll talk about this giving up. And when your back's against the wall, you got to a lot of times concede and wave the white flag. So the Israelites in Beth-zur, they were like, we don't have enough rations to survive this siege. The walls aren't as strong as Jerusalem. We have to make a calculated move. And just ask them, if we give up, will they sit back here and spare us? So Antiochus Jupiter does. He spares them. And then this is what happens. Read on.
And when Antiochus had thus taken the city, he did them no other harm than sending them out naked.
I don't know what the depths of that is, but he ran off the strength naked. And that, obviously, back in the day, was a shameful thing. It's shameful now. Read on. But at least they didn't kill him.
No protection.
I don't know. You can sit back here and walk like this. I don't know. I don't know to the extent of the nakedness. I know it was shame. It was shameful. Remember during David's time, when they went to shame his men, they cut off parts of their beard.
Half the beard.
And they cut off their pants or their cheeks were showing.
Yeah.
So that could be an aspect of the nakedness that was done.
Yeah.
Okay, just take some of their clothes off and they had to go out here and look bad in front of everybody. Read on.
He also placed a garrison of his own in the city.
So what he did is he put his own military. He put a military outfit inside of Beth-zur to monitor activities of our people in the city. Read on.
But as for the temple of Jerusalem, he lay at its siege a long time.
But once again, but why is this happening? Why is all of this shame happening to Israel? Listen, the Greeks are doing what any empire would do to insurgents, right? We were doing this to Moab. We did this to the Syrians. We did this to the Philistines. We did this to Idumea. So why is this such a blow? This is only a blow because our people requested this. Our people requested military Edomite assistance to sit back here and come back and harm the rest of the Jew. It's just like there was an incident in Oklahoma at an Israelite camp. I will not name who they are, but they wore purple. And they sat back here, right in front of their school, and they had some just verbal confrontations with the people around them. So they caught Esau. It's the same thing. It wasn't violent. There wasn't a threat of violence, but they caught Esau on him. And there was a big backlash between that, because Scripture says, if you have an ought with your brother, why are you calling the cops? Why are you calling Esau if you have an ought with your brother? Because it's that much hate. Now, there was another time with Brothers in Purple and other cats that were having a camp at the same place. And they were just sitting back here beefing with each other. Remember that one?
Over a corner, yeah.
Over a corner.
About 2 years ago.
And then they sat back here, the guys in purple, put the other guys in military locks.
Yeah, restraints.
Military restraints, called the cops. Those guys got picked up and thrown in jail. Like, this stuff happens all the time. We'll rather go to Esau to sit back here and deal with the problems than just work with each other and deal with issues brother to brother.
Same thing with households. Concerning
Yeah.
child support court. It's the same
Yeah.
notion that the nations have to they have to really mediate our affairs.
Because it shows two things.
Because we're not civilized.
That to be civilized, It's all about having what? Mercy and compassion.
God.
We don't have any mercy and compassion.
Yeah.
And you know what that means? None of us can take low. Nobody can take low. Listen, for instance, Judas wasn't the instigator. He was like, if y'all want to do y'all citadel weak crap, cool. We're going to allow the people to go to the temple. That's all Judas was implying at the temple. If y'all want to do y'all thing, cool. But Menelaus and his men and that faction of government couldn't accept that it was either 50-50 or they have a little bit of leverage or a little less leverage than the rest of the people. That's the unfortunate issue. They couldn't accept that it was a 50-50 scenario and let these people that want to be Greek, and let the Israelites that want to sit back here and push their ancient ways, let them keep it. They couldn't accept that. So they had to be on the offensive and be violent against our people. That's the root of the sickness. So everybody wants to talk about the Greeks and Antiochus. Listen, every step of the way, our wickedness invites Esau to establish what? Law
Authority.
and order. Am I going to act like they didn't exceed their bounds and exceed the limits of what they could do? Of course they did. But once again, that's no different when you're in a riot. When you got in a riot gear situation, everybody's tripping. You think you're gonna just be a nice guy? You better turn up and fight back. Anyway, just trying to reestablish the understanding that Esau is doing what he's supposed to do, establish order in these jurisdictions where they can't operate with civility. So now Beth-zur fell. The people fell. Now the 100% focus after the garrison was set in Beth-zur is to go besiege and break Jerusalem. Now they're surrounding Jerusalem and they're just waiting them out. They know Jerusalem has an infinite access of water. So they can last in a siege longer than most cities. Because most cities have to go outside of their towers to gain water access. We had water, but we didn't have any other provisions outside of water. Our provisions were dwindling down. Okay?
Can I put one scripture?
Yeah.
Romans 13:4. Who has it?
I got you. Romans chapter 13 and verse 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil...
We're talking about Esau when he plays the authority figure or the authority role, and discussing when he crosses bounds and crosses lines, and he does more than his job is to do. And it comes across as if we're saying that we're pro-Esau.
We're not that.
We're pro-Greek. We're pro-European. Because we're saying we're justifying his position. Really, we're just clarifying and making the statement that's already made in Romans 13:4. Let's just clarify the statement. Read.
Romans chapter 13 verse 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee.
He is a servant of the Most High. For you. Read.
For good.
For good. Let's see what the good the Most High says is. Read.
But if thou do that which is evil...
If you do what's evil, the good is order. But if you do what is evil, offend the Father. Read.
Be afraid.
Be what?
Be afraid.
If we're in violation with the Most High, then you're supposed to fear Esau. For what reason? Read.
For he bare not the sword in vain.
The Most High says he doesn't bear the sword in vain. I mean, he's going to use that weapon, bro. He's going to use his guns, billy clubs, tear gas, his electrical shockers.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to use his microwave weapons when he wants to use them and experiment on people.
Yeah.
He's going to use every weapon possible to take care of his agenda
And to protect his empire.
Yeah, to make sure that he has order and structure in his house. We might not value order and structure in our own house, but you can't tell other nations not to have order and structure in their house.
And you know what? What I keep reading about Greeks and about the Romans, their number one focus and their number one priority is what? War. These guys are going to go to war. They're going to fight.
Yep.
And all they know is war.
Yeah.
The best way to make money in the Greek Empire is through what?
Take it.
Siege.
If you're a soldier, you're gonna be all right. If you're a soldier, you're a good soldier, you're gonna make your money. You're gonna be retired, you're gonna get pension.
Yeah.
If you're a good soldier, you're gonna be quality finance. Like Nicanor, this guy, his whole life is going from one place to another, killing. Lysias, his job is one place and to kill. This is what they do every day. It's just fight, kill, lead men in wars. You lose, okay, you come back, you fight again.
Well, you take resources and then you divvy them up.
This is the spirit of Esau. This is what they know is war, killing, destruction. And this is what we are facing. This is what we're facing. This is what we're having to accept, that every step of the way, for every step forward that Judas and his men are doing, they go 2 steps behind. Because once they fight, think about this. Look at the rhythm of how things are going. They fight off and they back off these Greeks. These Greeks are like, man, these dudes are fighting valiantly. Then the Most High kills off the leader that was the head of the charge. Then our people come back here and beg and plead the next emperor to come in and take him. And they do it. Esau keeps coming back in here because we want it to be that way. So, how was the Most High? Think about this on a long-term scenario. How was Judas and his men ever going to defeat Esau if the real enemy was those Israelites in the citadel? Because listen, this is exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
With a small ragtag group of militants, how long can this ragtag group of militants endure the second strongest army in the world?
Without burnout.
They're burning out now. They're burning out now. How long can you keep this up?
And short on rations.
You're short on rations. You're short on men. Now, today, this fight, this is the first time they got punched in the mouth and they took a real loss. Isn't that psychological?
Yeah.
I was like, damn, man, how long can we keep this up? We had some rah-rah moments. We snuck attack them a couple times. We got some wins.
It's a reality moment.
Now the funny thing is now they're all sealed up in the temple. Now they're in the temple. I'm going to show this image again. They're in the temple area and they're besieged in that space. Because they're all cornered like rats. So, let's continue in that chapter, sir. Yes, you finished. We're done with Romans. Let's keep going.
Paragraph 377.
Mm-hmm.
But as he placed a garrison of his own in the city, but as for the temple of Jerusalem, he lay at its siege a long time, while they within bravely defended it. But for what engines soever the king set against them, they set other engines again to oppose them.
So they had to sit back here. The Greeks sat back and put their war engines to break down the walls, to destroy the walls. And for every engine that Jupiter set up, we sat back here and set up engines to counteract their engines. So if there's engines to sit back here and shoot fire into the city, they had to neutralize it. If it was engines to sit back here and throw and break down the walls, they were counteracting those engines to destroy their engines. So it was what was happening. It got to the point where it was almost a neutral scenario. They couldn't really get in. What you gonna say?
So an engine is like a form of military army or thing to engage.
No, an engine is like the machine that's used in a device to catapult items into the wall. There was at Constantinople, for instance. Constantinople was a fortress that was very difficult to break, and they said Muhammad II had hired like this guy that revolutionized the pulley system, and they were using this pulley system that was shooting the boulders or the rocks at a pace that hadn't been done before. What, you got something to say on it?
Yeah.
I know your mind is spinning. There was this show literally on YouTube that explained it.
It was Mehmet II.
Yeah.
So it was actually like the world's first cannon.
God.
and he went to Constantinople and offered it. I think it was to Justinian.
Yeah.
He turned him down.
Yeah.
So he just went to Mehmet with the same technology.
And he used it. And they put it was him and his sons. And Muhammad kept putting pressure on, like, if this doesn't work, you're gonna die. Pretty much, if this doesn't work, you're out of here. And every time they would shoot it, the device was cracking.
Yeah, con. You had to make multiple devices.
Yes.
But it worked.
It ended up working. Mm-hmm. And they ended up breaking down Constantinople.
In the Josephus, you read about during the time of the Romans, it was a guy that had fabricated a laser weapon using the sun rays in multiple mirrors. And so he was able to take and focus the sunlight, turn it into almost like a laser type weapon. Yeah. But it doesn't say his name was Archimedes, but he was during the time of the Romans. And this technology, it was a high acquisition of it. He had been searching for it. He found it. But I don't know where it is right now. But I'll find
Like
it.
a death ray.
But
Right?
the point is, it's not a death. It's not freaking laser beams.
Yeah, that's definitely. But he was able to just harness the light and
Sharp
bowl
laser beams.
using mirrors, and then be able to focus all that light into one fulcrum.
Yeah.
And then so you're creating a high beam, of
That can wear out whatever you directed at.
like you burning ants with a magnifying glass.
Using it against ships.
Yeah.
You using it against ships.
No, he didn't use it. It was. I'll find it. I just can't.
Anyway, they're engines of war.
Yeah.
And those are examples of war engines. So with those type of war engines, they were more primitive back then. But we would create our own primitive war engines to neutralize their war engines. So this was going on while everybody was hungry, while the rations were getting low. They had to do something to buy the time. So this is what's happening, and it's a stalemate happening. So let's continue.
But then their provisions failed them. What fruits of the ground they had laid up were spent, and the land being not plowed that year continued unsowed, because it was the 7th year on which, by our laws, we are obliged to let it lie uncultivated.
So what's happening is their supplies are low, their food supplies are low. The land was supposed to be uncultivated for that 7th year. So whatever they had set up for the 2 years before that, it was already running low. So now the pressure's on, the heat is on, and there's no solutions. You just got to wait it out and pray the Most High establishes some kind of a miracle. We went into last week at the end of class about how the Most High was refining their faith, because a lot of times our faith is solely predicated on the thought that the Most High is going to be there for us, but there is a level of pride and ego that comes behind that faith that the Most High always got us.
And what
So
you're saying,
we'll make bold moves that really are outside of what the Most High wants for us, like Eleazar.
the lesson the Most High wants for us, and there are variations of faith. There's the strong, bold, the Lord is with us, and we will get the victory faith, which is a necessary faith. There's also a faith, we didn't get the result we were looking for. Do I still believe? That's a different variation of the same spirit. And it's a higher quality variation of the same spirit. Even though I'm not getting what I want, I'm not getting the outcome, and it didn't work out, I still believe.
Yep.
That's a higher quality version of that spirit.
Got it. So that's what's happening. The Most High is trying to elevate their faith. So with these numbers as bad as they are, there was no way we were going to finish this and fight this battle. So now the Most High has to come in and elevate this battle, or elevate the faith of the people. But a lot of times to elevate the faith of the people, you have to take that man or woman past their ability to control a situation.
Okay.
Young faith or inexperienced faith, you're under the premise that if I do X, Y, Z, the Most High is going to sit back here and bless my work. And the things I physically do, there's a tangible solution behind it. And the Most High works with us initially that way. But as we have to elevate in faith, the next lesson is to do everything you can and still wait. And everything you did was good, but that doesn't guarantee the result you're looking for. That's another level of faith. It's to hurry up, do everything right, and wait. That's the next level of faith the Most High is trying to teach the Maccabees at this point. So they're doing everything they could, and they're stressing out and they're fearful. They're running out of rations. There's not much they can physically, there's nothing much else they can do besides what they're doing. And now the real fear is starting to creep up in the city amongst the people, amongst all these good men and women that gave it all for the Most High. So let's continue. And this is where we left it off last week. Read on.
And withal, so many of the besieged ran away for want of necessaries.
So you know what has happened? At the peak of fear, and when a lot of men and women cannot control their circumstances, what do men and women do? They quit and they run. But why do they quit and run? People quit and run because they have no control. And that's the one thing mankind, Israel, hates. If they can't control their circumstance in righteousness, then they're going to control their circumstance in the world. That's what eats at people. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and I still got to wait, and I'm still powerless. Then they're thinking, is this what the Most High wants from me? Is this serving God? Is this what God really looks like? And the answer is yes. But you don't really know where people's faith is until the Most High completely takes away their power and the thought that they control something. Because none of us control anything. The problem is we just think we control things. And the Most High allows us to operate in life with this assumption that we have any kind of control. But when that control is shaken, then all of a sudden the real man is exposed. So out of this, remember at one time we had 10,000 men that was pro Judas. Then it got whittled down to 8 because of that rebellious guy that wanted to do his own thing. We lost 2,000 men. So now we're at 8,000 men. And then we're getting our, what's handed to us. You don't think we died? A lot of men died in this war. That was at Beth Zechariah. You damn right we lost a couple thousand. So now we have to be around 6,000. Now out of that 6,000, men are leaving by the boatload because they don't believe it's going to come through. So now you got deserters. You got deserters leaving now because everything looks bad. Because you know what it showed you about faith? A lot of people only have faith as long as they can control it. Or as long as they think they have a way out. Or they think they can control the circumstance. That's how most people's faith is measured by.
Or it's a guaranteed situation. There's some probability.
Or when things are working out. When things are working out, it's all about the Most High. It's all about your house shot. It's all about the Most High. It's all about your house shot. Until I can't control things. Then I got to, and then, because what messes people up is I'm doing everything right and things still ain't working out. That messes with the carnal man's mind and carnal woman's mind. So when even in our camp situation, it happens all the time. You can do everything right, you can lead right, teach right, counsel right, but then people gonna leave because they're not getting what they want out the deal. And Israel hates being powerless, just like what's happening in this siege. Israel felt powerless, and the ones that felt powerless did what? They bounced. It lets you know that is literally the sickness that's in our people. When we feel powerless, we're getting out, we're leaving. We're doing our thing. If we don't want to live powerless in a powerless circumstance, that lets you, that's what doubt is in general. So a lot of men are doubting, a lot of men are quitting, a lot of men are leaving the what? The movement. Mm-hmm. That's what's happening. Israel is all of a sudden the movement ain't important no more. The movement is, I'm not getting anything out of this movement. So now I got to go and live my life. So that's what these men did. Read on.
And withal, so many of the besieged ran away for want of necessaries.
Because this is what happens. When men and women don't get the necessaries, meaning their life gets more tightened up and you have less comforts or less necessities, then all of a sudden the Most High isn't real anymore. Serving the Most High, there's a question if I should continue to serve the Most High. because I don't have my perceived necessaries. Did they die? Did they die yet? So it's a perceived necessity. It's the succors that come from what? Comfort. Because that's what fear is. It's the idea that I don't have the things that I think I need.
It's a betraying of the security.
It's a betraying of the security. That's the point. So all of a sudden, I think I need this in order for my life to be stable. And if I don't have this, all of a sudden, I can't serve God anymore. All of a sudden, the Most High is no longer that stabilizing force. So think about this from the Most High's perspective. This is the Most High purging who? That group. He's purging the faithful. He's purging the faithful because he's trying to say who's really down with me. And to what level are each of these men down with me? Because are you down with me only when things benefit you? Or are you going to still be down with me and go fall with the ship? What does it show about a lot of our people? We're not going to go down with the ship. We're only going to do this Jew thing as long as I can tread water. But when doing this Jew thing no longer benefits me, then I'm going to go live my life and be a Jew underground. That's facts. This is facts. This is not opinion. Look at what's happening historically. This is something to be conscious of. Doesn't mean that they're not getting to the kingdom. I can't make that decision. I don't know. That's the Most High. I can't determine if that weak level of faith means a brother and a sister won't make it. But what I can say is this is why there's different levels of men in the kingdom. I can say that for a fact. There's going to be different levels and different rewards for men in the kingdom because of this literal issue. Why would the person that has less faith and breaks under certain circumstances get blessed at the same level that's all in and has showed complete faithfulness? Why would the Most High do that? It just lets you know there's different levels of faith, different calibers of men that have to be acknowledged, and we have to fight our tails off to pattern ourselves after the greatest caliber of faith and the greatest caliber of faith that we possibly can be, to help ensure that we have the chance to get rewarded by the Most High. So he's telling you, this is what's going on. So read on.
And withal, so many of the besieged ran away for want of necessaries, that but a few only were left in the temple.
There's only a few were left in the temple. That means it was a mass exodus of men that, you know what, their fortification obviously was the temple. So a lot of people got the hell out of Dodge and quit when situations got bad. Do you think it's going to be any different in the camp? Hell no. It has never been any different in the camp. This is why camps are so what? Small.
Yep.
This is the answer as to why camps are small. Because when things get hard and people don't have control of their circumstances, they make the quote unquote prudent or logical decision. Because this is all these men made a prudent decision. If I leave the temple, I have a better chance of surviving based on the data that I have presented in front of me. And we're going to go on a basic logical scenario. Those men who quit and jumped ship, was it a more logical decision to leave? Yes. So they can leave and they can go to a neighboring city that had access to food. And they can take care of their families and their life would be more stable. It's more logical. It's more prudent. But was it the more spiritual move? Did they get closer to the Most High in Christ by holding on tight? By leaving? No. You only would have got closer to the Most High if you wrote it out and allowed the Most High to show you He was with you.
Yeah, there's a verse on that too. St. John chapter 6, verse 63. Okay, read down to 67.
St. John chapter 6 and verse 63. It is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profiteth nothing.
That was the whole purpose behind this verse.
Right.
Because Christ was speaking this verse to his disciples that were kind of shaky. He was telling his disciples that was somewhat not all the way there, that were not all the way invested. He was telling them what they can live by versus what they can perceive that will take care of them. He was trying to let them know it's the spirit that does what?
Quickeneth.
Quickening means to be brought to life. He's trying to let them know, listen, you may pursue your substantial resources and possessions as if that's going to take care of you. He's saying it's the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. Read on.
The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life.
So he's talking to some guys that are somewhat believing, somewhat not believing. They're having a hard time understanding that, hey, I'm going to have to walk by faith. Read on.
But there are some of you that believe not.
But why was Christ saying this?
Some didn't believe.
Because this is why he was saying this particular verse because some people don't believe that the Spirit is enough to sustain me. Some people don't believe that the Spirit will support me. That if I just keep following the words that I'm reading and keep living after what I'm listening to, that will take care of me. Some people believe in the tangible and what they can see and the resources versus what the Most High, versus what Christ is saying is real conviction and what's real life and what's real quickening. Quickening means to be brought up, to be resurrected, or to be raised up, brought to life. So sometimes we think that, man, when it comes down to my life, when my life is on the line, I got to go off what I see and what makes sense to me. Christ is trying to let them know that's not always the case. It's what I can control. Read on.
Verse 66. But there are some of you that believe not.
Go ahead.
For Yahushua knew from the beginning who they were that believed not.
They said, so Christ knows that not everybody has the same level of faith. Some men, when they get pushed, their back gets pushed against the wall, they go for self. Some men, when things get rough, they try to figure things out, take matters under their own hands, in their own hands, and
Make the safe play.
And make the safe play, the prudent, wise play.
Well, prudent, not wisdom.
Yeah.
Prudent. I always say prudent because people call it wisdom, but it's not wisdom.
But it's not wisdom.
It's the safe play. It's
Yeah.
the logical play.
It's what makes the most sense right now. What I can see.
Yep.
I got to take care of these kids. I got to do this. Read on.
And who should betray him?
Read on.
And he said, Therefore said I unto you, that no man can come unto me, except it were given unto him of my Father.
Read on.
From that time, many of his disciples went back.
So even at this time when Christ is talking about, you got to have more. You got to believe in the spirit of what you're doing, not just what you see. A lot of his disciples departed at that time.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't have enough belief to continue.
Yeah.
They folded. I don't know how following you is going to help me take care of me and my family.
Yep.
Read on.
And walked no more with him.
And that was the last time that they called themselves a follower of Christ.
And can I say one thing on that? This is how you know when men leave, they're leaving the lesson the Most High has for them.
Yep.
You can sit back here and go and leave, and that's whatever, but don't think you're growing. You gave up your growth.
Forfeited.
You forfeited your growth.
Mm-hmm.
And you can keep living your life and eating and drinking and pooping and working. And that's fine, but you're not growing. Your faith and your spirit is no longer being exercised.
Nope.
The only way your spirit is exercised is when you're in the thick of your battle, having your faith challenged at a higher level. And the only way the Most High can keep developing us is to continue to put us in circumstances that year after year we have less control over our circumstances. That's growth. But people without faith, they excuse themselves from the process of being powerless in order to show the Most High how much faith you got. In exchange, they choose control and stability. And that temporary comfort really kills the spirit. It kills your spirit inside. Anyway, let's keep going. I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, that's why I said it's the spirit that quickeneth. Because the only thing that's going to keep you spiritually alive, active, and on point is when you keep putting your spirit to the test, when you keep living by faith.
Because all these men that bounced, at one time they had faith.
Yeah.
It isn't like the guys who quit when they were sieged never had faith, or never had aspects of faith. They just got to the point where their faith ran out, and they can no longer choose Christ over their own life. So that's when they forfeited their spiritual growth, and they peaked, and they capped off, and there's no more growth after that.
So me choosing control, which is what we like to have in situations that are unknown,
Yep.
is really me just choosing the flesh. I chose the flesh over the spirit.
Because I can control this, and I feel comfortable living a life that I can somewhat control, over living a life that I can't control at all.
But like Proverbs say, he that walketh out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. So my spirit is, my flesh is fed, I'm sustained, but there's no growth.
My spirit is dying.
There's no vitality.
Because anything that stays in a stagnant state is really what? Dead. If you're on stagnant water, what happens to stagnant water?
It's dead.
It putrefies and it dies and it diminishes. Just like a stagnant spirit that's not challenged anymore. It's dead. It's putrefying. And that's the truth. This isn't us manipulating a concept. This is the truth. And all these people that bounced, they were just exposed that they made a choice to stop challenging themselves in the spirit.
Read on.
Verse 67. Then said Yahushua unto the 12.
And then so now Yahushua turned to his 12 disciples. Read.
Will ye also go away?
You going to choose the flesh too?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to choose the spirit? Read.
Then Simon Peter answered him, Lord, to whom shall we go?
He said, where we going to go back to? We have nothing to go back to. Read on.
Thou hast the words of eternal life.
He said, listen, what you have is more valuable than what I have to go back to. You got the words of eternal life. There's no reason for me to go back to save my life.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to get out of that.
You know, so what is he also telling you? The more you invest coming in, the harder it is to quit it, to give up on something. So what's one of the best ways to ensure that you won't turn back? Is to invest everything you got. And to eliminate your plan B. When you eliminate your plan B, that's you saying, Father, this is it. I'm not turning back. It goes back to the verse about who sits back here and tries to go to war without sitting back here and counting the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But when you read that, after that, the counting of the cost is, listen, I'm just going to give it all up regardless. Read that real quick. Count the cost.
Luke.
Yeah, it is in Luke. Kind of going chapter 14. I'm kind of going off script, but I think we're going to be on this topic a little bit because there's a lot of meat here, and this chapter goes into a lot of the dynamics of men and women that come into serving the Most High with good intentions. And then when they realize how much they have to give up, they can't do it. They don't have enough in them to continue. So we're going to start off with Luke chapter 14, verse 26 down to 33. We're ready.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 26. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
Because in order to be Christ's disciple, a follower of Christ, nothing else in your life can compete with your pursuit of the Lord. When it says you have to hate all these things, all it means is if these things that you cherish, if you're not willing to let it go in your pursuit of serving the Most High, you will be exposed. And you won't be able to properly Serve him. Because in the process of us committing to the Most High, whether it's your own desires in your own life or your loved ones, there's going to come a point where the idea that you might have to lose these loved ones might be a reality. For instance, they're all up in this temple. And while they're waiting to be besieged, you don't think in the back of all these men's and families' mind is that we might lose this one. And if we lose this one, am I prepared to deal with the consequences of losing against these Greeks and taking the loss for righteousness' sake? They know the cause is noble, but who was willing to fall on their sword for what they believe in? Remember, I respected the hell out of those guys in the Titanic guy. Those not the musicians.
The band.
It was the band, but it wasn't just the band. It was the band, and it was also the captain. The captain goes down with the ship. You ain't gonna sit back here and run. You sit back here. I'm just gonna eat this, man, because I'm gonna go down with this ship. Because this was my responsibility, and I took an L on it. Just so you know, that Titanic wasn't the new Titanic that they made. It was an old ship that they redressed. It was painted.
It was two Titanics.
Yeah, but it wasn't a second Titanic. It was an old ship that was almost obsolete that they painted as a Titanic and destroyed that. So they didn't get the insurance off. And the new Titanic was somewhere else. Yes. That Titanic was not the Titanic. It wasn't the one that they just put all the money into. It was another ship that was becoming obsolete. And they took that one and called it the Titanic, ran that to the ground, and got the money for it. So they made a profit off of it. They made a profit off of the sinking of the Titanic.
So what happened in the real one?
It still floated. It was still floating. It's changed the name. Oh, it was changed the name of the boat. That's all you got to do. What do you got to do to change it? And there's not a VIN number on it.
Wasn't it the first of its class? Like no one.
Bro, I'm gonna say this. What I heard is they swapped.
No, there was two of them. Yeah, there was two.
They swapped it, bro. They swapped it, and they made money off it. Anyway, I shouldn't have said it. I threw it out there. I shouldn't have said it, but they did a whoop-de-whoop, and they made money while killing off all the new money at the same time. Because that was the reason they did it. The new money was too big for their britches, and they couldn't establish a world empire with this new money.
Old guard.
No, it wasn't the old guard. It was the new guard. The old money killed the new guard money. It was the new money that died, not the old money. New money died. Anyway, what's the point of what I was saying? I actually almost lost the point of what I was saying. What I was saying is, in Luke chapter 14, you can't serve the Most High unless you deal with the cold, hard reality that by doing the right thing, there's a good chance you're going to lose from it. And you're going to lose your comfort and lose things that you love. It doesn't guarantee you're going to lose it. But you have to accept that there's a good probability that you will. And this is what these men that were besieged, there was one point that they had nothing to lose, and they went balls to the wall, right? Then somehow they got to this point. All of a sudden they had something to lose now. What was the difference? Because when they were fighting for their country, remember when they were fighting, and if they lost, they were going to slavery? You had nothing to lose then. What changed now, where you have something to lose now? What happened? What did you get? What did you get rewarded with that made you all of a sudden say, now I got something to lose? Now I got to think about me now. Because years before, they had nothing to lose. They were balls to the wall. They were 100% Most High, like Braveheart. What made them change? This is what the Most High is looking at us when he raises the stakes of our battles. What is it that's going to make you say, man, because I have this now I can't push further to serve you? Because you've given me this, now I have to think smarter and more prudent. This is what the Most High is saying. If you can't serve Christ properly and be his disciple and a student of Christ, if there's things around you that's going to make you slow up and make you think before you sacrifice. Read on. Verse 27.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 27. And whosoever does not bear his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple.
If you can't deal with the responsibility that you have, what does that mean to deal with the responsibility that you got? You know what it means? This is what it means. In the spiritual realm, you have to deal with the responsibility that you have, these burdens that you have, and have to accept that I have these burdens and accept the shame that comes from the fact that I really can't take care of these burdens and serve the Most High at the same time. That's the shame. That's the carrying the burden. I have these burdens, and I don't have control over taking care of my burdens. I don't have the power to take care of my burdens and be a disciple of the Lord at the same time. There is an aspect of shame. There is an aspect of attacking your ego. There's a lot of things that are wrapped into being a disciple and carrying your responsibility at the same time.
Or accepting defeat.
This is why, at the end times, what did the women say to the men? We will do what? We will eat our own what?
Bread.
Our own bread. Because when things get so bad, women are going to accept the fact that they have to carry that burden on their own. Israelite women have to learn that after marriage. That you got to carry that burden while we're carrying the Lord's burden. So he says you have to carry this responsibility, not really be able to do it to the best of your capacity, and pursue Christ. And if you can't do that, you really can't be his what? Student. You really can't properly serve him unless you know that something's going to lack and it ain't going to be Christ. Right? But a lot of men and people can't accept that trade-off. I'm a man. I pay all the bills. I'm the man. I'm going to take care of that. I'm not serving the Lord. How are you going to sit back and carry all the house burdens and be a student of God and teach his word and carry that responsibility that Christ wants you to carry for the nation and carry all the jobs at the house? It's very difficult. And a lot of Israelites can't deal with that exchange. Can't accept how that makes a man's ego feel. Just he's saying. So these guys in this temple are stressing out about how they're going to do this. How they're going to take care of the families and the blessings. Because what does the Most High start blessing you with once you start getting blessed? Families, ribs, kids. I have a 3-year-old son, and this siege is heavy. What am I going to do? It ain't like these issues aren't real. Because from the time of Judas' initial wars to the end, it's X amount of years have passed. So what's happening in these people are still growing, still having families,
People
still having children.
continuing in life.
So now you start getting more responsibilities that you really can't handle while you're being a revolutionary. Am I right? So now all of a sudden this revolutionary stuff is hitting hard, and I still gotta be like, I don't have no kids and family. Isn't that what messes these guys up? Because I bet you some of these guys would stay if they didn't have ribs and kids and step kids. Maybe they'd be a little more faithful. But because they have these things, now they gotta use wisdom. Now they gotta use prudence.
You gotta be smart.
Now I gotta be smart. Well, really, now you have less faith. So all these extra things that you say you love now become more important than the lesson the Most High is what? Teaching you.
And you also don't get to abandon your responsibilities to say and use the excuse, well, I'm following Christ.
Look at how righteous I am. I'm not responsible at all. I don't care about nothing. No, that's not it either. Because Israel used that as their motivation to be bad dads back in the day. So he's not saying be a bad dad. and quit on your family, but he's also saying you can't quit on your family, but you still got to make the Most High your priority. But to do that, that is a very uncomfortable position.
And that's why I said he that cometh after me must carry his own cross.
And that's
Carry
the
his own
cross. The
cross,
cross
God.
is the pressure.
Yeah.
The rib is pressing you, and the kids need you. She needs you. There's not enough time. You don't love me. What are we going to do? And all the pressure from the family. And you got to sit back and absorb that and still stay faithful to the mission, to your development. And a lot of men do what under that pressure?
Right.
They fold and they go just push the family. You're not supposed to abandon the family, but you got to deal with that pressure, stay on point, and weather out the siege. This is what Christ is trying to explain. And he says, read verse 27 again.
Luke chapter 14, verse 27. And whosoever does not bear his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple.
And he's telling you this is why a lot of men aren't built to be disciples of the Lord. Because they don't like that exchange. They don't want to deal with that pressure on both ends. Pressure to grow, pressure to have faith, and also deal with the pressure of raising a household and being the head of a household when you can't always do all the actions of the head of the household in the world. That dynamic is difficult and it's very stressful. Do y'all understand it?
You know what we always say?
What's that?
Where's the balance?
Yeah.
That's what we always say. Where's the balance? Where's the balance where I can serve the Lord and keep my household afloat?
He's telling you there's no balance. The literal striving for the balance is what? Is you're not bearing your cross properly.
The cross wasn't supposed to be balanced.
I know. The cross was supposed to be burdensome. Listen, bro. How about, it says cross, a well-known instrument of most cruel and ignominious punishment. It said borrowed by the Greeks and Romans from the Phoenicians. I'm not going to go into all the other issues, but it was what? It was an instrument of punishment. So you have to deal with the punishment of having things that you love, but you really can't give all of your attention to it. Isn't that punishment?
Yeah.
To love something, to care about something, but not have the time
Or capacity.
to nurture it?
Yep.
To love your family, to love your wife, to love your children, but because you serve the Most High and your priority is to serve the body, the punishment is that the Most High gives you blessings that you can't focus on. Is that not a punishment? Is that not a form of punishment? You can't attend to what you love. You have to attend to what the Most High loves. And the Most High loves the flock of the nation. So you have to sit back and attend to the flock's needs and give your family as much as you got left.
And the Most High has already considered that also.
Hell yeah.
He knows that you got to have time to mend the family. That's why he said when a man get a wife, he don't go to war for a year.
Yep.
He said that he may stay at home and cheer his wife. What happens if you don't got the luxury to stay at home
You at war.
and take a year off to cheer your wife?
How about you at war?
You got 2 jobs. You got
They don't honeymoon.
The law says you're supposed to stay at home and cheer your wife. Well, how you gonna survive?
You build your vineyards up.
Y'all be happy and empty house. Have no house.
Got it.
So you still got to be responsible. So
You still part of the curse. You still in the curses.
right, we don't have the luxury to execute that law to where it's appropriate. Where I could just stay at home for a whole year, not have to do anything but solidify my household. Man, we make houses on the run. Our houses be on the go.
Got it.
Our children on the go, wives on the go, husbands on the go. Everything is on the go. And you still got to follow after Christ.
And he has still got to be your priority.
Yep.
And whatever you got left, the Most High, you get the red. Your children and your rib gets the scraps at the time you got. And that is the burden. That is the punishment or the loss that comes from serving the Lord. And if you can't do that, and you can't accept that life dynamic, you can't be his what? You can't be his disciple. And that's what people, they'll sit back here and wiggle around and say, yeah, there's got to be balance. That's not wisdom. You know, the words are the words. The scripture said what the scripture said. He says you can't be a learner and a pupil and a disciple. You really can't learn Christ unless you accept that dynamic. You really can't be a student of Christ unless you accept that dynamic, which means there's limits to how much you can grow in Christ. If you don't live this dynamic, and live that pain, and live that pressure. And there's no getting around that. Let's continue.
Verse 28.
So this is what is happening in this tower, or in the Jerusalem, in the temple. Men are getting pushed to that limit where they have to decide how far they're going to go. If they're going to sit back here and serve the Most High to the very end, or they're going to make the business decision. And a lot of guys made the business choice. Mm-hmm. And they took their bag and left. Because it was a logical move, but in doing that, you killed the spirit and you stopped becoming a learner of Christ. Because all the disciple means, are you going to be a learner of Christ and keep learning? Or are you going to stop learning? That's all that happens when you leave the truth or leave the work. Leaving the work doesn't mean you're going to die. You just stop working. You stop learning. You stop being a student of the Spirit. You might learn Bible verses, but what good is learning information if you're not applying it and putting scenarios where you have to live it?
That's true.
That's where the lessons come from. And the more lessons you acquire, you're able to sit back here and learn the bigger picture. But you know the beautiful thing, what does the Most High do? Because he's so merciful, if we run now, we'll have one more chance in the what? Hopefully we'll have one more chance in the what? Wilderness.
The desert.
But do you think the conditions in the wilderness or the desert is going to be favorable to us? And if you didn't learn these lessons about priority now, you think you're going to be in a strong position? And you got to learn it in a damn desert?
On the fly.
What's the problem with being in the desert? Why don't people like to vacation in the desert? How come folks don't want to camp out in the desert? You ever see like those badass like survivalists? You ever seen like the Survivor Man? He's like one of the best. Les Stroud. He's a Canadian. This guy was out here in the damn desert. He's like, the desert is one of the worst places to be, bro. Because there's no water, there's no moisture. This guy was sitting back here putting like a plastic, like a sheet of saran wrap on over like a little circle, over like a little dirt mound. And like in the morning, he would sit back here. He would put it at night before he goes to sleep. And he'd wake up and he'd lick the dew from the bottom of it out. He was like dew licking out. That's all he had out. Was some dew. How long is licking some dew gonna last you out when you're in the damn desert?
Sweating all day.
You're losing calories. You're losing water nonstop. You don't want to be out there in the desert. Moses said, you know the great place to determine if my nation will get to the kingdom? The desert. He gonna put us in the desert.
Yeah.
Why was Israel going crazy in the desert? What were they complaining about?
No water.
No water. That was the number one demon.
Yeah.
What are these going to happen again when we're in the desert? Your children are going to be crying because they don't have no what? How are you going to take the complaints and the pressure then? The same thing you were supposed to be working on, managing this pressure and keeping your family spiritually tethered, is going to be why you quit later. What made you quit now is going to be brought up here later. You think it's going to be any different? It's just going to change from being
Skip the battle.
being a disciple,
Yeah.
from being able to make the kingdom. Because the lessons don't change. Just the situation does. Okay, read verse 28.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 28. For which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it?
Listen, the tower is your spirit. Our job is to serve the Most High, to build our spiritual tower. Now, I've heard people say this over the time. How does anybody know when they first come into truth, how much they're going to have to give up. Does anybody know how much you're going to have to give up when you first hear about Jeremiah 14:2 and color verses and this, and this? Do you really know? You don't. So how can a person logically know what it takes to finish the development of your spirit? Because the tower is your spirit. How does a person know what it takes to develop your spirit in Christ when you're starting out the project? It's going to tell it. It's going to tell it. Read on.
Verse 29. Lest haply, after he hath laid the foundation,
Coming to class for 2 or 3 years. Read on.
and is not able to finish it, all that behold it begin to mock him.
That's what happens to the Jew when they start learning. They say, Yahweh Hashem Yahshai Barakatah. My name is Hakamababar. Hakamababar of the Most High. Okay, great. And then what happened after a few years? My name is Jeffrey. My name's Jeffrey.
I'm Jeffrey Jenkins.
I'm Jeffrey Jenkins. Now you're back to Jeffrey. Now you're getting mocked. What happened to the Jew thing? Why are you eating pork again? Why are you sitting back here smacking? Or you don't eat pork? What happened? You don't go to class anymore. I'm a study. I just study the scriptures, bro. I study. I'm a down study. Like, damn, you just a studying ass guy, huh? With no works. He says those guys are still mocked because you started something and you didn't finish it. Because what are you supposed to be finishing? Your spiritual development. Because the Most High is building the tower in you. That's what you're supposed to be developing. That's the tower. Your spirit. Your capability to lead your nation. Read on it. I'm sorry. What you got?
I want to add something on that. Ecclesiastes 11 and verse. Start at verse 10. Because that tower, that expectation to have that tower built, not everybody's the same, but the Most High got something for everybody because that's the expectation.
Listen, I didn't say every tower is going to be the same height.
No,
but listen, it doesn't matter how big the tower is going to be. It wasn't completed.
no, and there's a reason why.
It could be a 1-story tower, and you quit building it a 1-story. It could be a 7-story tower. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to bring this up because it's a great point. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 10.
Good point.
My son, meddle not with many matters.
Now, the person that meddles with many matters is the person that overthinks everything.
Yeah.
You had the Most High has an expectation for you to build a tower, but you thought about every other thing other than building towers.
Yeah.
You thought about, well, what if this tower is insufficient to take care of me and my household?
Yep.
Well, what if this tower in a year is not enough to sustain me?
Yep.
This is for the overthinker. This is for the overcritical, overanalyzer,
Yep.
the one that puts it that outthinks himself for in the building of the tower because he really doesn't believe it's going to sustain him.
Yep.
This is for the overthinker. Read.
For if thou meddle much, thou shalt not be innocent.
He said, what you're going to do is you're going to start building a different style tower you're going to have an alternative tower than what you're supposed to have been building in the Most High in Christ.
Yep.
And it's not going to be right. Read on.
And if thou follow after,
And if you overthink what you're supposed to be doing for the Lord and then go chase your dreams and what you think is sufficient, read on.
thou shalt not obtain.
He said you're not going to get what you're looking for anyway.
What you initially intended to do.
Because it wasn't the blueprint
Yep.
that the Most High had originally designed. You outthought yourself out of what's going to sustain you. Read on.
Neither shalt thou escape by fleeing.
And and when you realize it didn't work, you're not going to be able to escape either, because you didn't really finish what you're supposed to have started. You didn't complete the process. Now you want to run away when they don't work. Read on.
There is one that laboreth,
And then you got one that laboreth. Read on.
and taketh pains,
And he take pains. Read on.
and maketh haste.
And this is the one that, you know what? I'm not the thinker. I'm not the overcritical, but I'm just the hard worker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the laborer. Read on. I don't think deep, but I figure I can work myself out of it.
Yep.
Read on.
And is so much the more behind.
But what about the one that puts all this effort in, but is still not getting ahead? So what the Most High does is he cripples you when you're not building the correct tower. He cripples your endeavors, whether you're the overthinker or you're the overworker. I'm not a deep thinker, but I can work my way out of this situation. No, he's not gonna let that manifest either. Both of them in those situations have incomplete towers. Read on.
Again, there is another that is slow and
But-
hath need of help.
It said, but there's another one that's slow that don't know what he's doing. He's not really good at what he's doing, but he believes. Read on.
Hath need of help, wanting ability,
He lacks ability. Read on.
and full of poverty.
It said, and he's full of poverty, meaning ignorance. Read on.
Yet the eye of the Lord looketh upon him for good,
Go ahead.
and set him up from his low estate.
So you got guys in the truth that are better thinkers than other guys. You have guys in the truth that are better workers than other guys. But who does the Most High raise up? He raised up the one that remains, but admits the fact that I need help doing this. I need help considering my tower. So nobody is getting further than anybody else. But a lot of times we think that, you know what, this truth ain't for me because I have alternatives that I can pursue that will sustain me. But the Most High blows on that also. So because we look down on men that have, well, you know, maybe you need this truth. You need this truth more than me because of the fact that, you know, you don't have any skill sets. I have skill sets that can take care of me that you don't have. So I can go take care of myself because I have these particular skill sets. Well, the Most High makes those skill sets unavailable and they don't work for you. They're no good. But the Most High will, for the one that actually is humble enough to realize, hey man, I need some help in this building process. I don't know what I'm doing. Over time, you'll watch that man that could barely read, that could barely write, that could barely take notes, that barely understood the Bible. And over time, you're going to watch that man excel over the guy that was the critical thinker or the best laborer.
Because once again, what does the Most High use to determine growth? How well your spiritual tower is growing. You can sit back here and get a raise in the world all damn day long. You can get some extra bread in the world. That's not going to build your spiritual tower.
You don't build a spirit
That's
up.
the point. Because what is the Most High looking at when he's determining if he's going to bless men and women?
Development.
It's your spiritual tower growing.
Yeah.
How well can you handle that strain and responsibility, serving and dedicating your people, and making sure Christ is still priority? That's what's the tower. People sit back and they'll go hustle and work, and they have, like someone said, tremendous work ethic. All you're doing is acquiring money while your spirit is dying.
That tower still ain't being built.
That's the point. So that exchange, you're gaining bread, and your bank account's growing, but your spirit. Listen, you ever seen buildings where they start construction and they stop it?
Yeah,
Nothing's happened.
The oil boom happened. Then the presidency changed, and the price of oil dropped to an unsustainable number. So you had a bunch of houses that people were getting blessed to build these houses. They had the oil money, but the houses just couldn't get built because they didn't have the money to do it.
So the work is halfway complete. And then that building, you just drive by, it's sending out work.
No, they get used. They become great canvases for graffiti artists.
Yes.
You know, they become great pieces of
all those boarded up rooms. You'll see little cracks in the back of the structure, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's in the back. Listen, you go down the street near the school, right? There's this big ass building, it's an abandoned building, right? And all of a sudden, it's like somebody took a jackhammer, right? And just busted. There's like a big square. Right? Like I know some people's in there. I know there's a community in that building.
Oh, they in there.
They in there chilling out. And at night they in there. They in there sleeping out, living their life out, getting out of the rain. I said, so it's been abandoned building for like years. But somebody's living in it. Somebody's enjoying it. I know you go in there. There's sofas.
Yeah.
There's old sofas. There's throwaway mattresses out. People have made that house a home out. Now Esau's in there tearing it out. And the first thing you got to do is get everybody in there out of there. Right? They got to go. Then they start rebuilding.
Well,
But yeah, what you going to say? Something?
no, I thought you
What
were
you
going to
gonna
say.
Maybe that's the most I said, even if you don't live to see the lad or whatever, somebody else is going to enjoy it for you.
Yeah, that's because of our wickedness.
Yeah, that's what Solomon said. It's vanity.
Yeah. That's why all the working every day under the sun is in vain if you're not working every day under the sun, developing your what?
Your spirit.
That's the point. So it's really about the meaning of life. It's about what are you what are you putting your energy into? What do you expect to come back in return? If you're going to work just to get a paycheck, cool. But your spirit's dying. But what are you going to need to sustain yourself at the end?
Strong spirit.
That spiritual tower has got to be strong. Because that's what's going to withstand you to get you to where what matters, where we need to give our spirit to. But what else you got something on that verse? Okay, let that go and go back to Luke 14 and verse 30.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 30. Saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish.
What? I'm sorry. Read verse 14. I'm sorry, that one. Finish that last verse. My bad.
Ecclesiastes, right?
Ecclesiastes 11.
Yeah.
11 and 14. Finish it. I'm sorry.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 14. Prosperity.
He said prosperity. Some people chase it and don't get it. Some people work their butt off and don't find it. What else?
And adversity.
Go ahead.
Life and death. Poverty and riches come of the Lord.
It still all come from who?
The Lord.
It's still coming from the Most High. You can bend and twist and think that I can choose my own method of coming up and prosperity, and the Most High still may smash on it. He still may not bless what you're doing. Because all this comes of the Lord. So it's best if I just put my mind back, like we read right now in Luke, on what is the tower that the Most High wants me to build.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You let that go.
Okay. So let's go to verse 31.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 31. Or what king going to make war against another king sitteth not down first and counted whether
And consulted.
And consulted whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000.
You know, the funny thing is, half the battle is about, do you have enough in you to fight you? Do you have enough in you to destroy you? What he's saying is, the new man that's trying to occupy this vessel of yours is at a slight disadvantage to the old man. He said, you're going to go to war, you got 10,000 strong, but your opponent is 20,000 strong. Who's the real opponent? You're the opponent. And that nigga in you is a little stronger, rolls a little deeper than you with scriptures. That selfish person in you rolls a little harder than what you got in the tank. So the question is, in the middle of us building this tower and building this spiritual side in you, do you have enough in the spirit to destroy and break down the old man that's inside of you that's fighting to keep their habitation? Read on.
Verse 32. Or else, while the other is yet a great way off, he sendeth an embassage and desireth conditions of peace.
You know how many times we sit back and start war and then we give in to the old man? That's what we do all the time. We'll start fighting the old man, then we'll give in. Then we'll let the old man just take back control. We do it all the time. Because when we realize how hard it is to fight what's inside of you, we just wave the white flag and just give in.
Yeah, brothers will make a commitment to the Father at a higher degree, and then 3 weeks later, no, never mind.
Because the flesh is too dominant for our spirit. We don't sit back here and make a decision come hell or high water. The spiritual side of me is going to win this battle. That's really what it's about. In order for your tower to grow, that negative you's got to die. And are you going to sit back here and do whatever it takes to destroy that part of you that wants freedom, wants comfort, wants ease? Is he going to win or you going to win? But the answer to, are you going to be able to finish building this spiritual tower in yourself? Or am I going to be able to finish defeating the flesh in me, my carnal desires in me, is all based upon how well you apply verse 33. Read verse 33.
Verse 33. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath.
The only way to win this battle that you don't know to the extent of how hard it's going to be. Because none of us knows how hard it is to defeat the inner man. None of us knows how hard it is to finish the building of your spiritual tower when you first start building your spiritual tower. And nobody knows how hard it is to defeat that inner man, that pride, that evil, that selfish, that lust. Nobody knows how hard it is to beat that lust in you until you start fighting.
True.
Till you start realizing, oh man, what does the law do? The law is there to let you know what?
How
What's
bad you
that?
are.
The sin that's in you. And how bad you are. Then you realize how steep of a mountain this is.
Yeah, Torah quantity thought.
So you don't realize how steep the mountain is until you get taught.
A lot of us think the mountain is just collecting notes.
That's the point.
That's the surface level thinking that a young spirit will have.
Huh.
I'm around good people. I'm collecting notes. I can debate people around me that I'm close to and maybe convince them.
Yeah.
And I have the moniker of being Israelite.
It's either that or Jew merch. We're all the Jew merch in the world. Be breaking laws like a mug. What do the fringes mean?
Don't break the
The
law.
fringes mean that I'm committed to the tower. Building my spiritual tower. How about that? It's a reminder that you have to what? Fight.
Yep.
That's what the fringes are there for. There's weakness in me that I got to overcome.
The fringes first was instituted after the man picked up sticks on the Sabbath.
Because he gave up.
Because like these niggas need a reminder to fight their battles out and not pick up sticks.
He got despondent.
Yeah.
He got despondent
And went for self.
and got despairful. Said,
I didn't give you
I'm
some
not
sticks,
going-
man.
I'm not
It's getting
going-
cold. It's getting chilly out here, man.
Sit
I
down.
need some sticks.
because I'm not going to go to the promised land, that I want to be on my own program,
Yeah.
at my own time,
I got things to do,
at
man.
my own life.
Yeah, I want my house nice and toasty, man.
I want my house
It's cold.
toasty.
It's chilly out.
Yeah. And how about I just want 56 up? I'm doing. Listen, Moses, whatever. Moses, Roses.
Moses
Moses
Roses.
Roses,
That's so hilarious.
I'm
man.
doing what I gotta do. I got
Moses Roses. man.
Moses, Roses, whatever I gotta do. I gotta do.
I got a barbecue coming up.
Yes.
I got a cookout.
I need to make
Weekend.
me happy, man.
You
I
do
can't-
sticks.
Hey, yo, we're gonna have a cookout in the desert, man.
I'm already not.
You know you're looking for like mesquite. You're looking
Yeah,
for
you're
like,
looking for
Oh
good stuff.
my
You're looking for
gosh,
hickory
it's so
wood.
funny.
I'm looking
Is
for
some oak out here?
They got oak. They got hickory. They got mesquite.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the best
Oh
wood.
my gosh, we're gonna make the best out of a bad situation,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Listen, we're already not gonna go.
Put
where
that
I
flavor
go.
in that meat.
So let me go get something out. Let me find something to make me happy. I'm gonna find some type of process to make me happy in the midst of not going to the promised land anyway.
Yeah.
We start going for self, creating our own personal happiness.
Because you know why? Because building that spiritual tower wasn't enough for us. And you start serving the Most High, and you realize how extensive this work is to build this tower. And I'm only 1/4 of the way there, and I have a lot to do. Or man, I'm sitting back here and have to break this negative in me. And after I break this issue, then guess what I have after this? I have some pride. Then after pride, then I got to fight lust. After lust, I got to fight doubt. After doubt, I got to sit back here work on a negative outlook.
That's the tower.
Then that is a tower, and it's also that inner man you got to break.
Yeah, your ability to get past
But how do you do that? Not knowing from the beginning how much work it takes to do that. Because I have been told that a lot, man. How do you know how much servitude it takes to serve a husband until you learn how to be, until you become married? Good question. You don't know. You might have married Crazy Joe.
You should ask the question.
You married Crazy Joe. How do I serve Crazy Joe? I didn't know I was going to sit back here and marry Crazy Joe. I didn't know I was going to make these changes. Well, now you're here. You know the only way to fix that or to prepare for that? Verse 33 again.
Verse 33. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple.
The only way to prepare for the things that are unknown is the acceptance that as soon as you serve the Most High, I'm going to forsake what I want. I'm going to forsake me. I'm going to forsake everything I love. That's the only way to defeat the battles that are going to be waiting for you ahead of time. There's not going to be anything in my life that I put over the service of the Most High, and the building of that my spiritual works, that spiritual tower, and the defeating of the flesh and me. There's not going to be anything that gets in the way of that. That's the only way to beat it. You start getting class and getting the scriptures, you have to make a decision. There's nothing's going to get in the way of my growth. There's nothing that's going to get in the way of me defeating this old man. Then if you make that decision, you will be able to deal with what's in front of you. What are you going to say?
He said, he that put his hand to the plow and look it back is not fit to be my disciple.
Because you're supposed to sit back here as soon as you put your hand to the plow, make a decision that there's no turning back. You have to make that decision as soon as you come to class and you know this is the truth. If you know this is the truth, then there's no turning back. If you know that developing my spirit is what Christ wants me to do, building that tower, and I can't be a disciple of the Most High unless I keep building that tower, then there's nothing that's going to keep me from building this tower.
That's why Peter said, we ain't got nowhere to go back to. He said, you got the words of eternal life.
That's the point. Because that means they already gave up their job. They gave up their career. They gave up their family. They gave up their credibility and respect. But they gave that coming in. Mm-hmm. So when you give everything you got coming in, it's easier to make that decision that there's nothing to go back to. This is why giving up their job and giving up their profession. Think about this. If you were a fisherman and you gave up your nets, what did you do? You sold your business. You just didn't stop fishing. Oh, I was a nigga fisherman. I just going to fish every day to eat. You had a successful business that had ships, that had employees.
Nets.
You had supplies. You had product. You had inventory. You gave up a bit. That's like us giving up all our trucks, giving up our leases, giving up all our employees to serve the Most High. Giving your fleet. That's what these men that were fishermen did. I'm gonna give up all my boats, all my nets. I'm giving that up, and I'm gonna give up. And as I'm giving that up, I'm giving up the respect that came from me having that. I gave up that respect. I gave up the adulation. I gave up all the things that came from my entire life's work. So now I'm following Christ. There's nothing else that matters but me following Christ so I can build my what? My spirit.
But what if those blessings or those things that you have, like, did those come from the Most High? Like, didn't He bless you with them to be responsible?
Mm-hmm. And that was what I was explaining earlier. In Luke chapter 14, in verse 26 and 27. He said, and whosoever doth not bear his cross. What's the cross? We read the definition of cross, right? We dealt with cross, and we went into, it was 27, right?
27.
Yeah, it was 27. When we went to cross, and we found out that cross was what? Cross was that well-known instrument of most cruel and ignominious punishment. The punishment and the burden of serving Christ is to try to balance being a responsible father and husband while simultaneously making sure Christ is a priority. What Israel does is we do one of two things. We become deadbeat dads as an excuse to not deal with the pressure of both, or we'll sit back and be uber dads and husbands and forego serving the Most High. What we want to do is pick one or the other. But the cross and burden is to still maintain Christ as the priority while doing your best to deal with the responsibilities the Most High has given you. Now, the Most High said you got to hate your mother, your father, your children, your brother, in your own life. But what does hatred mean? It just means preference. What has to be the preference over your wife, your children, your life? The pursuit of your spiritual tower has to continuously be the number one priority while you do the best you can to juggle the responsibilities that the Most High also has given you. A lot of Israel despises the discomfort that comes from juggling both. That's what Israel don't like doing. Israel don't like to sit back here and be a father and split my time as a husband. spend my time with the Father, and then get the Most High everything I got. It's easier to. I've seen a lot of Israelites be all about the Most High and be horrible fathers and be horrible husbands, and they justify that because the Most High was supposed to be first. That's just as bad. You have to be a great student of the Lord, building your spiritual tower and working on you while giving the rest of the time you got to being a good father. You know how many men I've seen? This is how they balance their time. Serve the Most High 1,000%, and then go to the club and be an alcoholic. Then come home and give your kids 15, 20 minutes to go home. And then go back and do the work of the Most High. Be an alcoholic, be a womanizer. And then give the Most High, give your children and wife whatever time you got left. That was the culture in the 90s. You can be honest. Most High is the more priority. Then I got to go to the club with the brothers, because that's building the bond of the brotherhood. Was going to the club building the bond of the brotherhood? To a degree. But did you have to sit back here and drink a whole bottle of Courvoisier to be a brother? Did you? Or did you have to get like four shots of Courvoisier and some dark liquor and some Coca-Cola mixed with it to be a brother? And did you have to sit back here and get with another woman at the club and then come home and then never see your children and barely see your rib? Did that have to be the case?
That was not the scripture.
That was not the scripture, and that's not how you balance out your time.
Can't take your kids to school in the morning.
You can't because you're drunk?
Tired.
Because you've been sweating alcohol all night? And you have a hangover? Was that Christ? No. How you properly balance is the Most High still is your priority. The work is your priority. The building of the tower is your priority. And after that, every other time you got is for your family. But in that equation, who loses? You lose. But the Jew didn't like that. Because Israel wanted what? Their time. You want your time. God gets the most of the time. And then you get your time. And then your children and wife gets little to nothing.
We don't like
that ratio was off. The ratio was the camp gets your priority, your family gets the next set of your priority, and then you get nothing.
You get films.
You get nothing. You better off realize you don't get nothing.
You get to watch the Jeffersons.
You get to study for tomorrow because you got to sit back and get your head right.
You get the
beans
Jeffersons.
don't burn on the kitchen. The beans don't burn on the grill, man.
Yeah. You get to watch the Jeffersons out and go to sleep.
Before you go to sleep.
Yeah.
You probably fall asleep watching the Jeffersons.
What you talking about?
On TV Land. On TV Land. I think it's TV Land was the next one. Nick and that was in the 90s, early 2000s. It's TV Land now. You might get some old shows out. But that's the ratio. But that's the life that you operate to do the best you can to manage both responsibilities. But one thing that's a fact is that cross means you what? Die. You die, everybody else gets. But the Jew don't like that. The Jew ain't very comfortable with you getting no time. Oh, you know what you got time to do? Sleep. To get back and go up and work, do more, to give more. That's what you got time for. Because for those who know, your rib means that you got to counsel and teach her. You ain't getting much out of that deal. When she's tripping in her head and has issues, you get what you getting out of the deal at that. You better open that Bible up and teach, and go to sleep, and teach other people the next day, and then go home and teach her again. You ain't getting nothing out of the deal on that zone. Israel hates that life where the person who's given every day don't get nothing. But that is the cross. The cross is you lose. Yes, sis? So you can lose more. You build the tower so you can be a greater help and a greater source and beacon to help more people. Because what men have to accept is also what women have to accept. They had to go to work, fight to support the family, and cover everything the man can't cover because his whole heart's given to the work. And then she's at home working, and then come home. Then she had to take care of these kids. And then the husband gives what he can, But she got to do most of the work. That's her burden. That's the choice she has to make so that the family can be sustained and Christ is first.
And what happens if, she got a master's degree?
Yeah.
Then she got to be a master's degree dishwasher. She got to be a dishwasher with a master's degree.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? What happens if she got abilities?
Dishwasher with a vacuum.
Yeah. What happens if she got these abilities and she said, well, I got all these skill sets. What am I doing with all these skill sets and this education that I have? No different than a man can say, well, what about all these talents I possess? I've accumulated all these talents. And what am I going to do with all these talents and skills that I have? Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and read verse 30. Well, it's not like men that believe in Christ don't have abilities, or women that believe in Christ don't have skills, or they don't have options, or they haven't accumulated some type of know-how. Read verse 29.
Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and verse 29. So doth the potter sitting at his work.
It says, so that the potter doing what?
Sitting at his work.
No, doesn't a potter have skill? You ever watch some YouTube shorts with the Japanese making clay out of clay vases and pottery out of
Teapots.
And teapots
Amazing.
out of earth, and they use plant powder. They use different trees. They use dyes, inks, colorings. Then they use starch, tapioca starch for paint. You know what I'm saying? That they pull out of some potato starch. I mean, and then all that, they do all this monumental work just to fashion a cup or a Japanese tea. Then they get squid ink and then draw it on the cup, on the bottom of the cup. That's skill too. But a lot of us have some type of skill per se. Read.
So does the potter sitting at his work and turning the wheel about with his feet.
Yeah, read on.
Who is always carefully set at his work.
Yeah, a lot of us have skills that we've accumulated from the amount of attention that we've given occupations and jobs. Read on.
And maketh all his work by number.
And he's calculated in his work. He weighs the clay. He knows exactly what he's making. He's got the number. He knows the temperature of the fire in order to heat the clay up to cure the pot and the vessels and the pottery. He knows all these things. Read on.
He fashioneth the clay with his arm.
Go ahead.
And boweth down his strength before his feet.
But where is his strength going? His strength is going where? Into that pot. A lot of us have skill, but that skill is requiring a lot of our strength. And we're bent over at work. But that's still not a good enough excuse to follow after Christ because I got work to do. Or I got all these skills and I've accumulated these abilities. And now what about these skills I have though? What about this job I have? What about the work I got to do? But is that job taking all your strength? Read on.
He applieth himself to lean it over.
It says, and he's applying himself to lean over his work. He's not applying himself to go into the Bible and exercise the Spirit. He's applying himself to the satisfaction of creating what he is doing based upon his occupation.
Yeah.
He's putting his emphasis in my strength and my occupation. Read on.
And he is diligent to make clean the furnace.
I'm diligent making sure the furnace gets cleaned out so I can put some new wood in there to heat it back up. So it's one thing to be skillful at a certain position, but is that skillful position taking everything from you? Is it taking all your diligence? Is it taking you to bend over it all day, every day? Is that going to be the excuse that we give Christ to why we didn't develop that tower? Is the fact that I had all these skills and I had all this work to do. Lord, we're going to blame the Lord. You gave me the skill to be a potter?
Yeah.
You gave me too much skill. I make so much money. Now I'm attached to it. That's your fault, Lord, that you gave me this. You made this talent, make these qualities.
Contracts, I gotta keep plumbing. Lord.
Yeah,
I want to get to the kingdom, but I gotta keep plumbing.
Yeah, they kept calling.
They kept calling.
I kept getting customers.
Yeah,
customers.
Damn.
So
who does the toilet up again?
Yeah, but yeah. So is that gonna be the excuse? Because I got all these skills and now I'm in demand.
So far,
I'm in
demand right now. The phone getting blown up.
I'm kind of hot right now.
Yeah, they want me to come in. They want to come in on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
I can't do Sabbath class. They want me to come in. Or I can't do class. They want me to come in because I got all these skills.
Yeah.
Read on.
All these Trust to their hands.
It said, but people that got all these skills, they do what?
Trust to their hands.
Where's their trust at? Their trust ain't in the Lord. They trust it in their hands. Read on.
And every one is wise in his own work.
Yeah, but I'm wise where?
In my own work.
In my own work. You're not wise in the Bible. So it comes to a point in time, whether you have these skills or abilities, and you've acquired certain skill levels because you've been on a job for a long time, where you still got to make a decision. Do I continue to follow after the skill set I possess, or do I still choose to follow after the Most High in Christ? Read on.
Without these, cannot a city be inhabited?
Of course you're going to be in demand, because everybody in the city needs plumbers. Everybody in the city needs electricians. Everybody in the city needs painters, carpentry workers.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the city needs mechanics. Read on.
And they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down.
Go ahead.
They shall not be sought for in public council.
But the Most High didn't make us just to be these laborers.
Yep.
He didn't create us just to be, these toilers of work. Well, all we do is just we're occupied in the ability that the skill sets that we possess, and that's supposed to take 99% of my strength and 99% of my time and 99% of my energy and focus, and that's where my trust is at.
And can I say, this is what Christ means about taking up your cross. Can you do your work and still get the Most High His? And I'm just going to use this in a microcosm in the camp. Brothers pride themselves on the fact they go to work every day. But they don't study.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's like, are you building your talent? Or are you just working and using the fact that you work to justify your existence in here? Then you'll look up 5 years later and you're the same guy because you never put the work into the studies. You know how many Israelites do that?
Common.
They're just, I'm not trying to make this a derogatory statement, but it's work bulldogs.
Yeah.
We'll just be bulldogs and work and work and work and work and not do anything to feed the spirit. Or you'll have the thinkers that just read all damn day long and don't sit back here and put no works in. The burden is to take what you're naturally gifted at and add more to it. Because the person that's skilled with the work of their hands, cool. But can you do that and then get off your butt and study and read books? And make that an important part of your life too? Or if you're the thinker and the reader, can you sit back here and get out your head and actually sit back here and put works in? You ever see that introverted guy in Twilight Zone? It was a great episode. Where it was Burgess Meredith. And all this dude wanted to do was read books out. At the job, his boss said, listen, man, we're going to have to fire you. Because all you're doing is reading periodicals and books on your breaks. And you're coming up late to work, man. He's like, but I love books. I just love books. I love books. And then all of a sudden, he didn't obey his boss's orders. And he read some books down at the bank. He works at the bank. He ended up sitting back here and hiding in the vault. So he could read books out during his breakout. And then a nuclear bomb happened after destroying the entire world. It's like, the whole world blew up. Everything was dead. When he was surviving because he was in this, he was in the vault. So he wakes up and was like, where's everybody? He goes home, his wife is dead, everybody's dead, huh? And then he sits back, he's walking out, and all of a sudden he sleeps. He's sleeping on the sofa's still there in the apocalyptic world. He sleeps on the sofa, and he has these huge bifocals. So and they're always like sliding down on the show app. Then he comes across his library, and he's like super. He said, "I have all these books. I have Tolstoy. I have this. I have this. I have great books. I love it." He starts reading books. He's loving it, and all of a sudden, the glasses fell off his eyes, and they broke. They shattered in like 1,000 pieces. He was like, "Well," and he couldn't read. He was like this. He's like, "That's not fair.
You are now entered.
That's not fair. That's not fair." Yeah. All the food he wanted. He had meals, and really he didn't give a damn about his wife. He didn't care about nothing. He had food and books out. He said, "I'm gonna take away your ability to see. Now you're in a trick bag."
Yeah.
Because nothing else mattered to you. Why am I bringing this up? First of all, great episode. It was one of the greatest Twilight Zones ever. Burgess Meredith played his ass off. It was in season 1. I saw it again. This is a great one. Point is, what am I point? He got exposed because he was what? One-dimensional. He was a one-dimensional dude that all he cared about was reading, didn't want to socialize, didn't want to interact with people, didn't want to work on what's inside of him. And he got exposed on it. But that's us all the time. All we want to do is be what we're good at and focus on our natural talents and not build on our issues. That's how you carry your burden also. Brothers are like, Israelites are the king of being like one-trick ponies, bench press Israelites. I brought 1,000 metaphors out. Let me just focus on the fact you have certain people that are good at street teaching, but are horrible at working with interpersonal relationships. And you have other people who are great at interpersonal relationships, but don't want to study to save their life. Some people are bad followers, but are great at having initiative. What good is having one without the other? And the work is how many attributes spiritual attributes can I compound on top of myself so I can do this work the right way? Some people are good brothers but hate responsibility. Some people are good men and women but hate what? Pressure. You can't keep blessing if you can't take what? Pressure. Israel hates pressure. Israel be folded under pressure all the time. You mean I gotta sit back and work a full-time job and be a dad and be a husband at the same time? Yes. She's always complaining. What else is she gonna do? She's looking at you for answers. That's too much pressure. Mm-hmm. But then what do you think this is? What do you think building your spiritual tower and being a husband and being a good father is? Why do you think the Most High don't bring men, women? I want to rib. Why? Okay, I know why. But are you sitting back here and want to deal with the other aspect of being a husband? Hell no, they don't want. They can't handle it. And wonder why the Most High doesn't give them what they look for. Do you have the temperament to be a good husband? Do you have the patience and listening capability to be a good husband? Hell no! I want to rib. That's the truth. Or are you selfless enough to be a good husband?
That's the wrong question.
Are you selfless enough? The answer is no most of the time. So, but can you work on those things in you and still commit to the Lord to build your tower? While we go into this, we kind of branched off the topic, but this is an important scenario. Because the Most High pushes us, and then we just taper off because we don't want to continue to deal with that pressure. The pressure of maintaining Christ as being a priority while simultaneously doing what you can to be the husband, to be the father, and to be responsible for all of the good that surrounds you. And dealing with the pressure and the shame and the lack of respect and all the frowny faces. This is what broke us in the wilderness. Remember when the people that ended up following us, they were the nations. The nations followed us out of Egypt, right? A lot of them did.
The strangers.
They were strangers. The mixed multitude and the strangers, they were our what?
Servants.
They were our servants. We were responsible for them. Remember when we started passing mansions in the wilderness? They were the ones who complained first. And their complaints filtered onto the women, which filtered onto the men. And then we started breaking down. So what was it showing? We were getting weak when the servants and the people we were responsible for had needs. And because of their weakness, we got weak. But we're supposed to sit back here and carry their burdens and not let their weakness translate into our weakness. What does that mean? That means I had to sit back here, full scripture, stay composed when they're not composed, while still pushing forward. And managing that is how I maintain my spiritual tower and maintain my responsibilities. And that's what it takes to keep serving the Most High while juggling all of the other pressures that you have to work with. The pressure is the complaints. Can you handle the complaints and the pulls? The scripture said a woman's heart is like traps and what?
Snares.
Hey, listen, does that mean that she's wicked? But the heart of woman is going to try to push her or push you to the what? To the easier answer.
Mm-hmm.
The easier move. What did Job's woman say? I love you so much, baby, this cursed God is you can get out of here. Listen, in her head, she loved her husband. And she saw him go through all the pain he was going through. She said, I know you're going through pain, baby. Just curse him so you can die. So you can get away from all this stress. That was her giving the best advice she can give. What does that mean then? You as a husband have to absorb your family at the best of their capacity, try to pull you away from your what? From your purpose. And you have to not take it personal, absorb those pulls, and still push forward. But we don't like balancing both. So we give in and we quit our development to pacify the ones you love. And it goes back to the verse. If a man come to me and hate not his father, mother, wife, children, and brother and sisters, in his own life, he can't be my disciple. You can't serve the Most High and be a student of Christ if you allow the pulls of your family to take away your priority.
And friends.
And friends, and your own personal aspirations.
Yeah.
And this is what ends up happening to Israel at the tower and the temple. Their fears, their fears from their family, the pulls from their family. So they're working on them, and now they're deserters. And in the midst of them deserting, they end up quitting and cutting off their opportunity to spiritually grow. I hope we've explained that and brought that full circle enough. So with that,
Let me finish this real quick.
oh, you're not done with that? Okay.
No.
I thought I had it tied in, man.
Yeah, no, there's a point that I want to get to.
Okay, cool.
Verse 33.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and verse 33. They shall be sought for.
No. Read 33 one more time.
Oh, sorry. Verse 33. They shall not be sought for in public council.
So when it comes to making real adequate, real important spiritual decisions, the ones that have developed all the skill sets and ability to work and are smart in their labor, can they be used for more than just one dimension? Or are they one-dimensional tools at this point? He says when they're needed to be sought for in public counsel, you're not going to look for these individuals when it comes to trying to figure out real-life situations and solving real-life problems, because their focus was what? Their skill set. Their focus was the pottery. Their focus was the carpentry. Their focus was whatever they were bent over, hunched over for, given their strength to. So now they can't solve any problems. I don't have any answers to solve my problems because I made my skill more important than anything else. Read on.
Nor sit high in the congregation.
Now when it's time to lead people and give people instruction and let people know what's appropriate and not appropriate, can they do that? They can't do that because they forfeited the ability to obtain wisdom in exchange for me surviving, making sure that I eat and I exhibit what I'm strong at, which is my ability to go to work every day. Read on.
They shall not sit on the judge's seat.
It says they shall not sit where?
On the judge's seat.
Why can't they sit on the judge's seat? Why can't they make proper decisions and pass judgment between situations? Because all I cared about was what I was skillful at. I was one-dimensional. Now when I'm needed not to be one-dimensional, I'm incapable of making good decisions and passing judgment. Read on.
Nor understand the sentence of judgment.
Go ahead.
They cannot declare justice and judgment.
Now they don't know what's right or wrong between situations. They can't declare, hey man, what should I do? So I got all these skills that was good for my work, but I can't think worth anything. I can't make sound decisions. I don't know what to do. I have all these abilities, a jack of all trades, but a master of none. I can't master anything. I don't even know what's appropriate for myself, but I can do this job, I can do that job, I can do this job. I can do this job, but I can't think worth anything. I can't control my thoughts, and I can't put myself in a position where I can help people control their thoughts. Because I was one-dimensional. Read on.
And they shall not be found where parables are spoken.
Because you know why they can't be found where parables are spoken? Because they never thought that was important. Painting was more important. Carpentry was more important. Pottery was more important. Hitting the anvil, being a blacksmith was more important. When you read that whole chapter, it talks about all these things were just jobs. And if I let my job be more important, then I forfeit the wisdom that I'm also supposed to be acquiring for the sake of elevating a city or elevating society. Yes, people need carpenters. Yes, people need laborers. But there's also a time when people need to make decisions as well. And you got to have wisdom. So you got to be able to do both. Go to work and get wisdom so you can make proper judgments and proper decisions. Read on.
But they will maintain the state of the world.
So for those people that are one-dimensional, what will they be for? And what will they do?
Maintain the state of the world.
Read on.
And all their desire is in the work of their craft.
Because the reason why they're only good for maintaining the estate of the world, because that's all they cared about was just going to work and exemplifying their one-dimensional skill.
Yep.
And if it wasn't necessary for us to not be one-dimensional, we wouldn't be reading this particular chapter, that's not good enough.
Yep.
Our skill sets and our abilities is not good enough for society to really be an advantage for our people. If we really want to be an advantage for our people, then we got to be where parables are found, where scriptures are found. That means I just can't make work 100% of my focus and give all my strength to just a job. I got to make time for the Most High in Christ. So I want to bring out on that.
Listen, that's 38, chapter 38, right? What verse did you stop at?
I stopped at verse 34.
I want to sit back here real quick, jump back, or go backwards to verse 24 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and verse 24. The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure.
People use this verse and they say, I need a lot of leisure time. I need time to get my studying in. The question is this: what's your version of time? Because you know what I always say, brothers? Brothers always say, man, I work so much, I don't have no time to study. Well, would you study if you had time?
No.
Hell no, you'd be at the club.
Yeah.
You'd be at happy hour.
I'll be on
If you had time.
Xbox.
You be on that. You be on sticks. Playing Tekken. My favorite guy is King. He's King. He's a great fighter. I love Paul. You be sitting back here playing. You been playing Tekken, huh? I like Jin. I remember all those old school guys. He's like Bruce Lee. I like that guy. You still even playing video games.
Finish him.
Or Mortal Kombat. He ain't studying. So when you read about wisdom comes from the opportunity of leisure, you have to create your opportunity of leisure.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you sit back here? What do you do when you get off work? The anvil guy. What's he do when he gets home from work? Doing anvil stuff. You tell me you don't have no other time of the day to do nothing else?
It's Miller time.
Thank you. It's Miller time after anvil time.
Snowing, I was like.
Yeah.
That was
The bullet train. The
people all over the world. Join hands. Then you got the train. Choo choo. Train. That's bedtime, huh? That's what the anvil guy does, huh? After work, I'm gonna do me.
Or the Clydesdale horses coming through.
The Budweiser's out. Oh my God! It's that red boy too. Everybody drinking that blue stuff, that like Bud Light out. Yeah. Drinking that nasty lard beer out. Anyway, that's my opinion. But what's the point? The point is, after you work, Israel wants to go drink alcohol and get comfortable.
That was the study time. That was the study time.
That was your study time. That's the point. After you work and you go home and study and read the book.
Shit, after you working on the anvil, you need a massage.
Yeah,
you trying to get hooked up, man. Trying to get your body right.
Listen, I'm gonna say that. But back in the day, them dudes weren't getting massages. Them dudes were sitting back and going home, eating snacks, and going to sleep.
Not in the Greek time.
They They was going to the gymnasium.
They're the bathhouse.
And it wasn't the work. It wasn't the work effects either.
Yeah.
It was getting greasy.
Time for
Yeah.
more.
There's
Yeah,
some
oil.
Earl, there's some Earl on my body. So, Con, that's the point. What is my point? After you sit back here and work your career, does God get any time?
Nope.
Are you studying?
Nope.
You can still create that leisure time. You create your time. What do you do with it? I need a mental break. So what does that mean? So the only way to give my mind a break is to do nothing with my mind? I got that. Well, listen, I need to find a comfortable environment to like cool down, to feed my brain with nothing. Why don't you go switch your modes and just work on exercising your mind a little bit? That's too much like right.
Yep.
You know what the problem is? It shows we're mentally what? We're mentally lazy. We want to use our bodies and not our minds. So wisdom comes from the opportunity of leisure that you create. Just listen. How much do you love wisdom? If you love wisdom, you'll give up what? That alcohol. You'll give up those video games. You'll give up womanizing. You give up being on the phone. Why are you on the phone so damn long? Or the new satanic movement. You get off the internet. You should be going crazy on the internet. YouTube, whatever shows you want to watch online, give that up and give the Most High his study time. Nah, gee, that's cool. I'll go to class. If I want to do Bible stuff, I'll just go to class and listen to it. But how much are you getting from that? How much are you digesting from that? Just a little something to think about. So, let's continue.
Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and verse 24.
Okay, real quick. Let's go back to Luke 14 and 26 for the brother. We're going to clarify this real quick.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 26. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
So is Christ asking us to hate ourselves? The linchpin is him saying you got to hate your own life. So you have to hate your own life and all your family and your loved ones. Because of what? Because the only thing that matters, or let me make sure I'm clear on that. Let me make sure I'm clear on that.
It's a matter of priority.
That's what I was going to say.
That's all he's saying. You just got to have your priorities in order.
It's priority. It's your priorities have to be the Most High first, or Christ first, over your own desires, over your own endeavors. Christ first, over what makes your mother, father, wife, and children happy. It's priority. Because didn't the scripture say that, I think it's Luke 12 and 51, that Christ came with a what? A sword.
Yeah.
What does a sword do?
To divide.
A sword divides. So let's go there real quick.
I got a
Yes,
also.
Luke 12 and 51.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you nay, but rather division.
Christ came to establish division. What does that mean? When you start to serve Christ, you have to put a line in the sand and make a decision. It's going to be what Christ wants or nothing. And when you make that decision of it's only going to be Christ's way, now you're stuck in a dilemma. Because everybody that you love doesn't have the same what? Passion and belief system in Christ as you do. So if everybody around you doesn't love Christ like you love him, that means you've made a decision that is Christ's way or no way. That means if your wife still loves you, but she doesn't love Christ like you love Christ, that means your desire to serve Christ means you have to take the risk of losing the other people that you love. Because if I am making a decision to draw a line that my pursuit of Christ is first. Now, I want to be with my wife, and I love my children, and I love my mother and my father, and now I even love my life. But the truth is, what has to come first before all those things that I love? My pursuit of Christ has to be first. So in my pursuit of following Christ, that means everything else is second. But a lot of times people don't like that. The wife and the children might not like that trade-off.
Next to Jesus wept. Jesus wept is the shortest verse in the Bible. But another short one was, remember Lot's wife. Why would Christ say, remember Lot's wife?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Lot's wife? That was his wife.
Yep.
That was his other half. The Most High said two should become one flesh.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Lot's wife? She got left behind.
Yep.
And he had to keep it going. He had to keep it moving.
Yep.
Why would Christ remind the disciples to remember Lot's wife? Because that means when the Most High called you for something, you have to keep it moving.
Yep.
Sometimes that may be the case. May not always be the case. When you look at Noah, because of his obedience, saved his whole house and his kids.
But he had to take the risk. Listen, the funny thing is this: he didn't tell his rib that he was going to go kill his son, did he? Abraham kept it quiet.
Yeah.
He kept it quiet because he didn't want to be told no. He had to do this. So he left with the intention of making this move and not caring what she said. Don't you think that if he killed his son and he came home, she would never?
Their relationship's over.
You think they would have been a happy couple after that? It would have been over, right? That relationship would have been in the dumps.
I'm going back to her.
I'm going back to my family up north.
It was already a problem just circumcising.
Huh? She would have went back up north with Laban and called it a day out. But that's the risk you got to take.
Even Christ told his own mother, "Wish ye not that I be about my Father's business?"
God.
Did he not tell his own mother?
Yep.
How was it that you're looking for me?
So whether she was okay with it or not didn't what? It can't matter. There's got to be a point where you take the stand for what's right and take the loss, however it comes. Does that mean you actually hate them? No. What it means is, if it's between my life or my family and the Most High in Christ, I got to choose the Most High in Christ. That's what he's saying. Yes.
Matthew 6, verse 24. Matthew 6, verse 24.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
No man can serve two masters.
A master requires your all. A master requires all your time, all your energy, all your spirit, all your consideration. And no man can serve two masters. Read.
For either he will hate the one.
Does he mean that you're going to hate this other master? Well, I just don't prefer the other master. But it comes across as hate, like, oh, you hate me. You don't spend any time with me. Oh, you hate me. You don't come around. Oh, you hate me. I'm always last. People may interpret that as hate, but it's not hate. It's just the Most High has to be the first priority. Read.
It says either he will hate the one and love the other.
And love means investment. Love is what you completely enthrall yourself with and completely invest and give your time, spirit, energy to. So if I'm not giving my time, energy, and spirit to these other factors as much, it comes across to the immature mind as hate.
Yeah.
But it's not hate. It's just I only have 24 hours in one day. And I have to get to the kingdom. And the Most High comes first. Therefore, you have to be happy with the time that you get. The problem with Israel is once they get the time, with the other person, all they do is argue anyway.
Yeah.
It's frivolous. We simply claim, I don't have time for this, I don't have time for that. When you get with them, all you do is fight and argue and punch walls.
Yep.
And call Kareem up to fix the walls. I'll come over there, about $60.
Hey, I'm like, why fix it? It'll get broken down next week.
2 weeks later, while you fix, can you come to the living room? I'll punch that wall too. Okay.
Some things happen.
Just give you a discount, brother.
Things happen.
Because I know y'all got some problems. Maybe somebody should follow the scripture. Maybe one has to come first, and others a little second. When we do have time, we don't appreciate it anyway. Nope. Israel, ribs complain about time that I need this time, and the Most High sometimes He blesses it.
Well, how about you give the time, but then more time is expected.
That's the problem.
Do you think the time requirement
Never
ever stops? So if the time requirement is 15% and it jumps to 18, you think it stops at 18?
I'm not happy with
Then
that.
it's gonna be 20.
I'm not happy with that.
And there's nothing wrong with wanting more time. I'm not
not
anti-time. I'm just saying, hey, you think it ever stops?
Just get 80%.
You know what happens when you sit back here and you stay back for the weekend? Guess what the expectation next weekend is?
Let's do it again.
Run it back.
Another week.
And then after that weekend, guess what happens?
And how about this? And how about when the guy breaks finally, spiritually breaks, and commits all his spirit to it?
It's still not enough time.
When he commits all his mind, body, and soul to this situation, then she's like, I'm bored. This isn't enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough. You're not the same. You're not the person I married.
Or don't you have something to do?
Yeah. There we go.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point of what these prophets are saying? What the point is, it's never going to be enough. You do what you can, and you live with the results.
By you losing.
That's the point. The point is that nobody's saying that it's bad for a wife to one time. And
Nope.
We're just saying the flesh always wants. It's living in you. Don't you always want something? You can get some new pants tomorrow. Guess what you're gonna want next day? Those is fire. I don't have that. I don't have that.
Nice too.
It's indigo blue. I just got regular denim blue. That indigo is fire.
Something else.
Then, I want some black. I need some black. You always want something new. You always want more.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just women, it's men. There's always a desire for more.
It's life.
So as a husband, you do what you can, but the Most High gets your more. You done with that verse?
Keep reading. One more time.
Or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
Or it won't be hate. It just be I just don't prefer. I don't prefer this other situation. It shouldn't be hate at all. But it's like Warren Swan said, it's a matter of preference. I prefer this over this. And then based on your maturity level goes to how you look at this. I hate you, or I don't despise you, or I just don't prefer you. Based off your maturity level.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be hating anybody. But
I got a verse on that too. Just real quick.
I guess we do the topic today, man.
Mark
topic
3.
over. Topic's over.
Hey,
Topic is over.
Hey, it's all added up.
Yeah.
I know it is. I'm just messing with you.
Mark 3:31.
Mark chapter 3 and verse 31. There came then his brethren and his mother.
It says when Christ was teaching, in the middle of him teaching, he said there came his mother and his what?
It says, there came then his brethren and his mother.
So C. Jones came through.
That's his family. That's his blood relatives right here. While he's teaching. Read on.
And standing without, sent unto him, calling him.
So the crowd was so thick they couldn't even come to him. So they was yelling at him from outside the crowd because that's how many followers he had when he was teaching. Read on.
And the multitude sat about him, and they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren without seek for thee.
He says, so the listeners in the congregation passed the message to Christ. Hey man, your mother and your brother are out in the crowd, but the crowd is so thick they can't get to you. Read on.
And he answered them, saying, Who is my mother or my brethren?
What kind of question is that from Christ? What kind of question is that? Your mother and brothers in your family is standing outside the crowd, and you respond, who is my mother and my brothers? That means, did Christ recognize them as his mother and brothers? Read on.
And he looked round about on them, which sat about him,
He
and
said,
said,
those are the disciples that were listening, the students that it was listening. He told them what?
Behold, my mother and my brethren.
He says, you are my mother and my brothers. Not them that you're telling me is looking for me. Christ recognizes the students as his what? As his family. As his family. Read on.
For whosoever shall do the will of the Most High, the same is my brother and my sister and mother.
So he tells you right off the jump who Christ's family is.
Yep.
Christ told you who his family was out of his own mouth. But our people say, oh, blood thicker than water.
No, it ain't.
No, blood thicker than water. You know, we family first. We gotta put the family first. That ain't what Christ said.
Not true, sir.
Christ didn't say the family come first.
Not
Christ
at all.
said those that do the will of my Father, is those I recognize as my mother, my brother, and my sisters. So he's showing you, when it comes to priority, who gets my priority? The believers.
Yep.
The followers of the Most High in Christ. You can have family loyalty and family ties, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you can also have family responsibilities,
Yep.
and there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes down to who gets the most of your influence, when it comes to who gets the most of your time, or who takes priority, the believers take priority.
Yes. And that exchange sometimes don't feel good.
No.
The exchange doesn't feel good to the wife. The exchange doesn't feel good to the children. The exchange might not even feel good for you. But it doesn't matter how you feel either. It's not about what you want.
No.
It's about what Christ wants. And that's why it says you have to hate your life. Because what you want doesn't matter at this point. What you think is right doesn't matter at this point. You might have wanted to go to that game. Go support your kid here. Go be here, but you couldn't do it because the work pushes you a different direction.
You know how many times that the work you have to make that determination. You know, I could either go to, the school play that my kid is doing, or I got a counsel that's needed. I'm needed in this counsel. Or, this is the first school theatrical play that my kid signed up for, and they get to play the front lead on the stage, and this might be their big break.
Yep.
But I want to support my children. But hey, man, this couple need counseling.
This the 70th counsel between. It ain't just one big one. It's like the 70th time you got to go over the same thing again. Right?
Yeah.
It ain't like it's like some. It's like this. You gonna go over the same rehearsed
Yeah.
I don't
scenario.
understand.
She's pissing me off. I don't like how she talked to me. You get my point. It's always the same thing, back and forth. But you still got to. That's still your priority over where you want to be.
You know what you got to do? You got to make that call and say, hey, just record it, and tell them, I'll support them. I'm just making it up.
But the recording's fuzzy.
Yeah, it ain't the
people's
same.
hands in the way they're moving around and
Yeah.
moving past. Like it's a whack recording. Especially with them old phone spoons all hazy in the background.
Yeah.
You can't even enjoy it.
You can't even see it.
Kind of. You can't see it. Or Junior got his first home run. You're like, shit, I ain't able to see it, man.
No.
I'm dealing with this arguing couple that don't love each other. You got to convince them to love and try.
You got to spin a new way to say the same thing you've already said.
50 a time. 50, 11 time, man.
Yep.
And that's serving the Lord. You got another? I got one more.
Yeah,
after you got.
go ahead. That's good. Yeah.
Let's go to 1 Corinthians 7:29 and 35. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 29, and then verse 35.
First Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 25.
29,
29, sorry.
and then 35.
1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 29. But this I say, brethren, the time is short.
The time is short. What does that mean? We're getting close to the end, one. And then two, why is the time short? Because there's way more work than there's time. There's more need, there's more work, there's more problems than capable people to deal with these problems. Read on.
It remaineth that both they that have wives be as though they had none.
So what does that mean? You have the people that have wives have to operate as if they don't have wives. Does that mean leave your wife? That means have a wife and accept that you can't be there to always perform the husband duties that the husband is required to do. Whether it's play the role of the father, be the husband, be there every step of the way. He's like, you got to be able to sit back here and be married, but not always be there. And then deal with the blowback that comes from that. Because when you're the husband and you can't be there, you're going to gain a resentment from the wife.
Right.
Until she learns and accepts this is part of what I signed up for as a wife and what he signed up for as a husband. So from the outside, it looks like the husband hates his wife. It looks like the husband hates his wife. But does he hate his wife? No. So when Christ says, hate your wife and your children and your mother and father, he's just saying you got to operate as if you're not married, even though you are married. So that the work comes first. Does that make sense?
I think Malcolm X, Betty Shabazz understood that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Coretta Scott King understood that.
To a degree.
To a degree. I think they understood that, you know what, my husband is dedicated to this particular walk in life.
And I'm married to the movement.
Yep.
She was married. They were married to the movement as well as a husband. And sisters got to understand that too. You're married to the movement. And if you can accept that, you'll be able to like rationalize and accept the absentee husband and the absentee father. Which means you had to sit back here and wear both hats. There's a lot of times in the world, this is not far out the point. I don't know if you ever like looked into like wrestling. Like professional wrestling. Like I'm talking about like Hulk Hogan kind of wrestling. They always say that there's a point to my madness, believe me. They say wrestlers, WWE wrestlers, they're always on the road. They go from one venue to another. And back in the day, they would wrestle like 300 days a year. Or like 250 days. They're on the road like 250 to 300 days a year. They're going from one place to another, one place to another. They said they had better relations with their people they work with than their actual families. And they always said it was a strain on the household. They said wrestlers could never keep marriages. Because the wives would say, I didn't sign up for this. He's married to wrestling. He's not married to me. He's married to the fans. He's not married to me, and I don't want to live this life. So wrestlers a lot of times had to always go through bad breakups, breaking up and dissolving of marriages all the time because they were never home. In our arena, we might get home at night, but our presence isn't always there, so that strain is similar. The only thing that hopefully keeps the marriages together was the understanding that a husband makes this decision to serve the Most High and not their own vainglory.
I had a 1-hour conversation with that one dude that sang that song, Cut My Life Into Pieces.
Oh, yeah.
This is my last resort.
I forgot his name, bro.
Yeah. No. I forgot the
Slipknot?
No, not Slipknot. It'll come in a
I
minute.
forgot his name.
But the lead singer that sings that song, and I said, man, I didn't know he was married. You know, because you're a rock star. You live in the life of a rock star. That means you got groupies, you got fans.
Yep.
You know,
you're always on the road.
You're always on the road. He says they sneak into his tour bus. The groupies sneak into the tour bus and they bribe the security guards to get in the hotels. And he said, but man, I've been married for 10 years. I said, well, how do you maintain your relationship? He said, my wife goes on the road with me. Yeah. She's part of the process.
Papa Roach,
the lead singer for Papa Roach. I said, well, how do you sustain your relationship? He said, well, my wife goes on the road with me. She goes everywhere I go. She's on tour. When I'm on tour, she's on tour. And that's the best way we sustain our relationship. So, you know, if a rock star can do it, why can't an Israelite do it? But a wife would have to be all involved in knowing and accepting that this is my husband's life.
And she's not comfortable. You think he's comfortable to be on the road all the damn time? No. That's not comfortable either. So she made significant sacrifices to keep the family together. But this is what it takes. But this is the thinking that we have to have. We have to make sure the work is first and pray that a sister comes into the truth and accepts these conditions and will support the husband as he makes the Most High the priority. That has to be the thinking and the mindset. Without that, everything breaks apart. And then if it breaks apart and your focus is still supposed to be Christ, can you be running and trying to sit back here and salvage a relationship at the expense of making sure the work stops? You can't do that. Now, does that mean you're not going to try to sit back here and resolve the relationship and do everything you can to keep the family together? Yes. But I've been in scenarios and heard people say, well, listen, we can be together if you let go of this work. That's been
That's all the
thrown
time.
out there to people.
That's all
Listen,
the time.
we can do this, but you got to give that up.
I'll take care of you.
Then you got to sit back and that's when you do this.
It's been good, man. It's been good. It's been good.
That's when you got a chunk to do something.
Yeah.
That was a strain, dude.
No, but you got to be slow.
No.
But you got to do it. You still got to do it.
Yeah.
Because that's how you operate in the spirit of hating your wife.
I love you.
That's what hating your wife means.
But I
It
don't
means
love your life.
if you are putting me in a position to I have to choose you or the work, I'm not choosing you. That's hatred. That's the hatred Christ is explaining. Now you pray and hope that you teach her enough and she embraces serving the Most High enough to accept
And that'd be
that
great.
she's going to be second.
Yeah.
But a lot of times people don't want to be second.
God
And if they want to be second, you have to let them go. Hold that verse. I just want to finish this verse, and you got it.
But to do what you're saying right now, that means that you have to be all in.
And that's what this entire chapter in Luke 14 was about. In order to withstand these pulls that come to you, once you make a decision to serve the Most High, the only way you can withstand these pulls is to make it, like in verse 33, the only thing that matters is you're all in. If you're all in this path, then it doesn't matter what's presented to you that you got to compromise. It doesn't matter because this is all I want.
They'll fall in line.
Or they won't.
Or they won't.
I'm going to say or they won't because sometimes they don't. And you know when they
I'm trying to
don't.
be optimistic.
And when they don't, Most High sends you something better. How about that? He'll send you something that is okay with you going that route. But do you have enough faith that that's how it's going to go down? Because it will. Now there's no hatred there. There's no ill will. If that sister wants to sit back here and taper off and do her thing, deuces. I'll see you when I see you.
Or we've seen where husbands dip the truth and sister stage.
There you go. And then she'll see you when she sees you. I'm going to sit back and say it again. You don't got to sit back here and run these streets wilding out with this nigga just because he wants to wild out and not follow law no more. I can't say that. But are you prepared to not be married? To sit back here and not find another dude and just be married to the Lord? For Christ's sake. That's another story. 1 Corinthians 7. We read verse 29. Read verse 29 again, then jump 35.
1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 29. But this I say, brethren, the time is short. It remaineth that both they that have wives be as though they had none.
Okay, read on. Verse 35.
And this I spake for your own profit.
He says, Paul is explaining this for your own spiritual profit. So you can sit back here and keep your head together. Because you know how many times when the woman's trying to leave and take the kids, men lose it.
That's crazy, bro.
They start going crazy. Then they're sitting back here and say, I just care about my kids. I don't want nobody watching my daughter and my son. You care about losing that woman. Let's not trip out.
Yeah.
They start getting all crazy about, hey, when other men gonna be involved in my daughter and my son's life. You're like, you just mad because you're losing the broad, bro. And men use the kids as the bait and reason why I'm not gonna let the woman go.
Right.
Then men start being crazy and slashing tires out and doing crazy Jake stuff out. I've seen that too.
Snatching cars.
Snatching cars. That's my car. Whoa, you're an Indian giver now. I'm Indian. So you're an Indian giver. You gave it to her. Now it's my car. Why is it your car now? Those are those controlling tactics that crazy men do like when they're losing their woman out. If she rolls, let her roll. Come on, go. But you gotta be strong in yourself to do that. Right?
Yeah. In the Lord.
So what is the Most High saying? You're strong in the Lord. So it says, and this I speak for your own profit. Trying to teach us how to psychologically enter into marriage. How to psychologically understand what marriage really is. You love your woman, you love your eventual kids, but you have to know that they might stay, they might not stay. And whether they stay or go can't change and dictate your intensity and your passion to serve the Most High. So Paul is trying to psychologically teach us how to have a wife and love her, but act like you don't have a wife. Read on.
And this I speak for your own profit, not that I may cast a snare upon you.
He's not trying to sit back here and ruin your marriage, or sit back here and destroy what you're building. It's not to destroy what you're building. But you got to know in the back of your mind that you might come across a point where she demands that you give her more than what you are allotted to give her in Christ.
Yeah.
And if she demands you to give her more than what you can give her in Christ, then you have to be prepared to let it go, because Christ is first.
So labors come first.
So, but it's not to snare you, it's to help keep you and keep things in perspective when you're venturing into the marriage. Read on.
But for that which is comely.
This is the right thing to do and the right way to look at it. But why is it the right way to look at marriage and all the blessings that come with marriage? Children, there's a reason Christ said he will give us 100-fold in this time with what?
Persecution.
With persecutions. Because it's a persecution to have blessings like women and children and families. It's a persecution because it's a what? It becomes a competition between where your heart is. Now your heart is split in multiple directions. And there's a pull that's constantly tugging on you because these things matter too. The wife, the family, the kids matter. And you got to juggle making sure that it matters while simultaneously making sure there's no doubt about he's still first. So Paul is explaining the same thing in his way, in his words, with the intention that we can understand this next line. Read on.
And that ye may attend upon the Lord without distraction.
He says the focus of this is that you can learn how to tend to the Lord's work without distraction. Because that's what eats at us. Did it say not being a good father? Nope. Did it say not loving your children?
Nope. This
is about Shamshawan said it and I've said it earlier about priorities. So when Christ says to hate your family and to hate your mother and father in your own life, it's about prioritizing Christ way above everything else that you love.
And you can still do it. You can still do both. The problem is, in order to really do both, where you can still sustain a household in the truth, you have to be a forward thinker. That means you have to think about the things that you have to put systems in place when you're not there, where the house can still run as if you are there. Because it's when you decide to say, hey, I got to do the Lord's work. And then you bounce. And then now the everything's in chaos. You've laid no foundation. You've set apart no rules, no determination of how things should operate. And you just leave the house in just an erratic state with no knowledge of how it should be functioning or how you would like it to function. Or, hey, if this happens, deal this way. If I'm not here and this happens, do this, this, and this. If you don't set up any systems and then you just drop it on a person by surprise, hey, duty calls, I gotta go. Then it's just like it's a lot to do with training. If you're training, it's a train up a child the way he should go when he's older should not depart. Same with a rib. But if you've trained a rib up to know, hey, this is more important, then you will get less kickback because they understand what you do already. Because you thought about, explained, and you made it clear.
You made a living example of it.
Yes.
From the gate.
But it's when people just, I gotta go. Well, you deal with that.
And this what happens with men. This is what men do. This is what Israelite men do. My job is to serve the Most High. You gotta do the house.
Yeah, you just.
And then when you get home, why are you running the house so bad? This is off. You're supposed to serve me. How come you not lock into me? How come you run the house how you want to do it? You know how many men do that? I'm supposed to focus my 1,000% attention doing the work. You're supposed to run the house, but then give me the cash.
Or when I get
happens all the time.
When I get back home, I let you run everything, but then you're supposed to immediately turn and submit.
And lock in. When I come home, I don't want to flip it up and switch it up and make things change. All of a sudden, how come you not locking into me? But you let me do whatever the hell I want to do 22 hours of the day. And for the 2 hours you give a shit, all of a sudden, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. It's all wrong. Why is everything wrong? What do you mean it's all wrong? You let me do this wrongness for a damn 3 years.
Figure it out. Then you got to figure it out.
You got to figure it out. You got to figure out all this. This is your job. Then I'm going to make it. Make sure you wire that money. You send that money. I'm going to go and do my job for the Lord. Then I'm mad at you because you're doing it wrong. But you don't walk nobody through anything.
Nope.
There's no teaching, no development.
I put no systems in place so that my absence isn't that bad.
And my excuse is because I'm a servant of God. I'm a priest. I'm doing priestly things. But you're on the computer playing solitaire all damn day long for half the damn day. You're on the level 57 in solitaire. And I'm doing Lord's work on solitaire. What the hell are you doing? You could have maybe got to level 2 and went home and put your house in order. How about that? You know the solution? Like another brother came to me and said, yeah, the way things used to be in a camp, it was impossible to run your house. I said, that's not true. I said, that's a lie. You can run your house, but you can't be in the club and run your house. You can't be at the club, playing solitaire, laying up all damn day long, and keeping your house together. That was the problem. That was the missing ingredient.
Yeah.
Get off your butt and put your home in order and do more work. You know what Israel want to do? We sit back here and rev up for a council, and that's all like, whoo, man, it was so much where I was counseling for God. I don't have no other energy to take to do nothing else. That's what we do. We'll teach 2 hours, 3 hours, and say, man, I've done the work of the Lord. I can relax and do me now. How come my home is crumbling? I don't understand. I'm doing the work of the Lord. I'm teaching 3 days a week, 4 days a week. But can you teach 3 or 4 days a week? And on your free time, put your home in order and do the work, the physical work? But we don't want to do that kind of work and strain ourselves mentally.
You know why? Because it's too difficult to switch back and forth. That transition to go from house mode to camp mode to council mode to teacher mode to work mode and then back to house mode, that requires your mind to be flexible. And we don't have that flexibility mentally to go back and forth to handle house problems in the middle of handling camp problems.
And I'm going to say this, because we don't have the love to do it.
Yeah.
Because it really boils down to love. We want to be one-trick ponies and think it's going to work to handle multiple responsibilities. It doesn't work. Nobody is talking about perfection. But when you're at home, can you focus on the home? When you're doing the work of the Most High, can you focus on doing the work of the Most High? That's what's being required in order to maintain this. But once again, what we want to do, we want to teach the word of the Most High and think because we're doing a spiritual thing, the Most High will intercede completely at the home and not punish us for negligence.
The house will take care of itself.
Or God's going to look over.
Yeah.
God's going to make sure these kids do their homework.
Yeah.
Make sure these kids ain't failing.
When
your kids getting used every day in school, remember they used to get used out unsatisfactory.
That's what they was used. Unsatisfactory.
They don't do it anymore. They used to get used out there. Like, that's a bad kid. That's the bad kid got the use.
It was a U and a sad face.
Sad face came later.
Yeah, it was a U. No, it was together.
What?
Yeah. It was.
And there's a tear. You didn't do a good job today. And you sit back, I don't ever see, when you was a kid, you would sit back, be next to the teacher, and she had a grade book open, and you could see all the N's out, and the N's, and the E's. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I knew Robert was a bad C. I knew he got an N coming home. I knew that. I used to look at that.
Needs improvement.
That N was non-satisfactory.
That's what I'm saying. It's non-satisfactory. I know. And like, he got an N. He'll get in trouble when he gets home. Ooh, mama gonna beat him.
Yeah, at least you got an S. Yeah.
S is okay. Like S is okay. You tripping a little bit, but an N and a U, that's not good.
You didn't get the E for X.
It was E, S, N, and U.
Yep.
You didn't want no U. You was a terror in class if you got a U. The N wasn't focusing. The N wasn't focusing at all. Like, the N was not listening. He was always talking. The N's and the S's are talkers out.
Yeah.
And the U's are the disruptive people in class.
The U's never got recess.
Exactly.
They got recess
with the teacher. You need your snack. You got to get your chocolate milk and your pizza and come back to the school, the classroom. Man.
Yeah. Back when teachers were smoking cigarettes in the teacher's lounge. Get out of this room. Close that door.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Miss Darlington.
Miss Parker.
Yeah, Miss Parker. I didn't know you was a smoker.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What's the point? We're sitting back here thinking that we're spiritual, but our kids are struggling in school, struggling in life. We don't think our presence is needed. The thing is, we're not going to have all the time in the world, but there's a Most High will give us enough time if we use it right to be the fathers we need to be and make sure the Most High.
Well, you have to shave the time off yourself.
That's what I was saying. That's what I've been pushing. It can't be about you at all. You can't be playing solitaire and getting ready to go to the club. Having alcohol in you.
Iron my clothes. I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah, get it ready. Get the clothes ready. I want that extra crease.
Yeah, put
that spray over.
Pull out the white. Pull out the white. I want the white outfit tonight. Oh, I'm wearing all white tonight.
Oh my God. All that happened. It happened a lot. It happened for many years. And wonder why things didn't work out for families and households.
You can think about the outfit, but you can't think about what's for dinner.
Or what's wrong with Junior? Why Junior's tripping?
Yeah.
Why Junior don't want to do his homework? How come he don't want to sit back here and clean his room? All that lets you know they won't say, oh yeah, that's just the Edomite kid. That's Edomite school.
Yeah.
Guess what happens? Bad behavior at the Edomite school translates into bad behavior at the house.
Yeah.
Which translates into bad behavior at the job. Always it's the wicked Edomite kingdom. You don't gotta listen to them.
If you can hold a job.
That's my problem. That's my point. You better teach me how to sit back here and operate in Esau's world. Listen, think about. I told this for y'all kids. If you're tripping in school, you think you're not gonna be tripping at the job? If you're getting kicked out of school, you think you're gonna be able to uphold a job in the real world? You're gonna be getting fired at the job too. Only difference in the school, they gotta put you at a school for bad kids, for ill behavior kids.
Alternative school.
That's you'll get alternative school for the kids that don't listen. But in the real world, you're actually gonna get fired.
Go to jail.
And go to jail. And deal with the real thugs.
That's alternative school too.
And yeah, it is. That's a dirty alternative job. You think it's not gonna be that way? I'm telling you. If you can't listen to simple instructions in school, how are we gonna listen to simple instructions in the real world? How you carry yourself in school is a microcosm of how you gonna operate in the real world.
Right.
So maybe you should take it a little more serious.
Yeah.
For those who need to hear it, they need to hear it. Okay. You got more in that verse? Dawiyad had something, right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Romans chapter 12, verse 10 and 11. Romans chapter 12, verse 10 and 11.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 10.
This is the end result. If you put your life last and you were a good manager of time. I put myself last. I was a good time management. I use good time management skills. Let's read.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 10. Be kindly affectionate.
No. Revelations 12 and 10.
Oh, I thought it was Romans.
Revelations 12 and 10. And then verse 11.
Revelations chapter 12 and verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Revelations chapter 12 and verse 10.
This is in game.
The
Read.
same.
12 and 10. And I heard a loud voice.
Revelations chapter 12 and verse 10. Come. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation.
Now is come salvation. All this process from the guy in the fire pit and the anvil guy and the brothers that sit here and putting their families first or families last, or the guy that was responsible putting the Christ first and practicing time management skills. Now we're at the point where the finish line's here. We're dealing with now salvation come to the nation of Israel. Read.
And strength and the kingdom of our power.
The God of Israel. Read.
And the power of his Christ.
And Christ is king on earth as is in heaven. Read.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
The devil is cast down. All those geopolitical warfare and these chess games and the spirit of Satan, those games are over. We're under the authority of Christ face to face. Read.
Which accused them before our power day and night.
Read on.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
They overcame him by the blood of the Lamb. They didn't make the Most High's blood. They didn't make Christ's blood in vain. He didn't shed and die on the cross in vain. But with the time and the life and the years and the moments I had, I properly extended myself with what I was given. Read.
And by the word of their testimony.
I read the scriptures, I applied the scriptures, I mirrored the scriptures, I traced the scriptures, and that's not just my notebook, I lived the scriptures. Read.
And they loved not their lives unto the death.
That's the critical point, though. They loved not their lives unto death. I didn't make this about me. It's impossible to sustain the camp and the business and everything going on, and then my personal desires are competing with the needs of the camp, or my personal desires are competing with the needs of my family. Someone has to die, something has to die, and what has to die is self.
Can I pull on that
Yeah,
verse?
yeah.
No, listen. Let's go back up to verse 10.
In Revelation?
Yes.
Revelation chapter 12 and verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our power and the power of his Christ.
The power of his anointing. So he says, now the kingdom's here, the Most High is here, and the power of his anointed have been manifested. Read on.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
Who is the accuser? Well, first of all, who has been casted down at the end? It's the Edomite kingdom. The Edomite kingdom has been cast down and brought to desolation. The question is, how are they the accuser of our brethren? Esau is the accuser of our brethren because he has set up, specifically Amalek, a society full of what? What is society today? Quote unquote civilized society full of what in this earth? Society is set up and it's full of vices. Pornography, lust, pride, ego,
Distraction.
the lust of the flesh, the distractions, the pride of life. Society is put together to feed all the worst in us. Society is set up for women to sit back and push women to not serve a man. Society has put up women to sit back here and push for independence and self-control and to control themselves and not have to serve and lock into a woman. Society is lock into a man. Society is also set up to weaken men, to make men immature, to not develop men spiritually, and to make them boyish and dependent on women. Society is also set up to push us to eat the wrong foods, to love foods that destroy. What is soul food all made about? Soul food is all against the law.
Yeah.
So what they say is good for us to eat is really going against the Heavenly Father. And it's all set up to accuse us. What does it mean? So when everything is set up to the table, and Esau is like, these guys don't deserve to get the kingdom. They don't deserve to sit back here and get to the top. They eat wrong. The men aren't operating like men. The women act like men. These young men are addicted to pornography. So are the women. So everybody is distracted. Nobody is making the Most High the priority. All of that justifies the accusing that we're not justified to get the kingdom. We're not justified to rule on this next age. That's how the accuser of our brethren has fallen. This political system. How society is set up is all geared to corrupt the chosen people, to corrupt all of the world. But when, in regards to us, to corrupt our nation, to weaken our nation. Why do you think all of you know who runs the music industry? Why is always the music geared to destroying the family, destroying the black and Mexican and Native American and all those tribes, family?
That's the agenda.
It's to accuse us. That's how. If the family structure is destroyed, then that is another reason why the Jew shouldn't get salvation. It's another reason why we shouldn't make the kingdom and why their kingdom should sustain even longer. Everything is set up to justify why Christ shouldn't come back earlier and reestablish the right people on top. And our corruption and how susceptible we are to corruption is the fuel why we should be accused of not being ready. So if we're not ready to gain the throne, then who gets to sustain the throne longer? Them.
Yep.
This is why we're sitting back here and we don't read books. All we do is listen to YouTube and Instagram. And we are, our whole mind and psyche is nurtured and developed by what they want us to sit back and give our mind to. Yeah, and I have a younger daughter, and all she's doing is watching these. You ever seen those teen rom-coms, those shows on Netflix and Love Island, and all these chicks talking their dumb opinions about how a man's supposed to be. Like, well, I really think this is how it should be, and you guys got to consider this. I'm like, this is nothing but BS. All I'm hearing is women sitting back here listening to other women about what they think, how a man should serve them and make them happy and make them feel special. Then they'll wonder why it don't work. And all these guys on Love Island are capping their ass off. All I really want is a wife. I love this. The idea of a wife. Or it's Love Island. What's the other? Married at First Sight. It's all of these shows that are perpetuating a relationship that has nothing to do with how the Most High wants it. Or we are taught by society how to be corrupted and going against the Heavenly Father, whether it's the biggest club night, it's Friday night. Everything that society sets up is to set us up to go against the Heavenly Father.
Strategically.
It's strategically so we can be accused at the end. All the societal traps are used to justify why our works don't justify salvation. That's the reason behind it. If everybody can be disconnected from serving the Heavenly Father, if everybody can be disconnected from the laws, statutes, and commandments, now the accuser is justified. They set this thing up, and we fell, like we fall for the traps. What's that, sis? Yeah, we fell for it. Is we follow what they give us, the media that they give us. We accept it. We start living that way, and then we fall short. We fall into the pit, and we don't make the kingdom. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So read on.
It says, "For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our power day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb."
It says, "For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our Father day and night." The accuser sets up this society for us to fall and get weak to. And then every day they're saying, see, this is why the Jews shouldn't get back on top. Look at all their sinning. Look at what they're giving themselves to. This is why, don't I just want you to see it.
Okay.
So this is why society is set up in a way for us to fall. And the same people that perpetuate this negative, they don't do it. There's the same people that are setting up the destruction of the black family. They have wives and kids, and they love their families.
Yeah, the feminists have husbands.
Yeah.
The ones that write about, the ones that write these ideas, write these concepts, they're married. And the women that write these magazines, and that own these magazines, are actually CIA operatives.
Yeah.
They get funded by the CIA.
And again, on this point, I like what you said. Romans chapter 5, verse 18.
Romans chapter 5 and verse 18. "Therefore, as by the offense of one, judgment came upon all men."
It says judgment came upon all men by the what?
To condemnation.
No, read that again.
Oh, sorry. Verse 18. "Therefore, as by the offense of one..."
Who's the one man that offended from the beginning? That was Adam. Adam brought the accusations upon mankind from being obedient. That's why even when you look at how Job was being questioned or Satan was questioning the Most High about Job's obedience, he says, "Does he love you for naught?" He said, "Touch everything he has and he'll curse you to your face." Satan was looking for a reason to accuse Job. He said, if you just change his condition, touch his flesh, touch his surroundings, he will curse you. He don't love you for free. He only love you because you protected him. He only loves you because you blessed him. And you don't let bad things happen to him. That's the only reason why he loves you. See, the devil's always waiting and looking for a reason to accuse us.
Yep.
Read on.
Therefore, as by the offense of one, judgment came upon all men to condemnation.
And as long as we keep giving, and we stay in sin, we keep giving Satan a reason to keep accusing. Read on.
Even so, by the righteousness.
It says, but even so, by what?
By the righteousness of one.
But who's that one that's righteous? Yahushua. Read on.
The free gift came upon all men.
Read.
Unto justification.
Unto what?
Justification.
Justification for what?
Of life.
That we should live. See, the way how we stay unaccused in the eyes of the devil is by us following and being obedient to Christ. Then it justifies why we should live. It justifies why we shouldn't be sentenced to damnation and hell. So we have to change how we live in order for us to be justified to have life, so that when you look at Revelation chapter 12, we're free from accusations. That's why it's so critical when in Timothy, when he says, he that desire the office of a bishop, desire good work, they said, but let him be blameless. One of the first requirements to stepping into any kind of position of a leader is to be what? Blameless. Because that means you have to free yourself from accusation. Because this is the ammunition that Satan uses. This is the ammunition that Esau uses of why we shouldn't get the kingdom. And we got to remove any and all ammunition for us not making it to the kingdom, based on Revelation chapter 10, 12 verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Let that go.
So let's go back to the verse 10 again.
Revelation chapter 12 and verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our power and the power of his anointed.
Yep.
For the accuser of our brethren.
So what he's saying is this society is set up to specifically accuse Israel and to justify Israel for not having an opportunity to reestablish their kingdom. Now, after Israel gets broken down, then the rest of society can get broken down afterwards. But the purpose behind the media, the purpose behind propaganda and how society operates is to break down and weaken our people. This is why in the 70s, women were strengthened by giving food stamps and all the things they needed to sit back here and sustain themselves without the need of a what? Man. That was needed to accuse our people, to give women a false sense of security, to make them think they don't need a husband, and to feed in that husband the lack of accountability. And then from there on, there were other programs set up to weaken us and disconnect us from the Heavenly Father. Read on.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our power day and night.
We were accused in front of the Most High day and night because there's a Popeyes right down the street. You gonna sit back here and eat that shrimp? You gonna sit back here and eat the wrong foods? Hell, let's sit back here and create food that mostly has pork in it. Mm-hmm. So everything they pretty much touch is corrupting them and disconnecting them from the Heavenly Father. You know, Jake likes sweet treats, right? Let's throw these niggas some sweet treats and call them gummies, and mix them gummies with all this pork.
Let's legalize weed when it's time for people to sit here and finally deal with the breaking down the country.
Yep.
Let's legalize weed.
Let's keep Jake high.
It's time for Super Bowl tickets. Let's go ahead and if you take this shot,
tickets. We get some weed.
We give you 3 bags of weed.
Yeah.
But big bags of weed.
Word.
See that? Or
word.
Let's put ingredients inside the water that calcify the pineal gland, which is the physical part of your brain that's supposed to be the spiritual element of your brain.
Yeah.
if we calcify the pineal gland, I'm not going to pineal talk. We're not going to deep in that.
It's deep,
We're not
dog.
doing
It's deep, dog. You drop that message,
But-
dog.
You get a bunch of crazy
It's
comments.
smart, dog. I'm just messing with you.
There'd be crazy comments going to pineal thinking, but the
You
calcification.
want to wake up that third eye?
Smart. Wisdom. That
Let's
serpent wisdom. You don't want that serpent wisdom. You don't want that. You do not want that snake wisdom. There's a lot of bad to that snake wisdom, y'all. I'm just telling you.
not good for you. But let's disconnect him in education. Let the women go to college and get feminist thought patterns, and Greek thought patterns. Let's get the men to look up to drug dealers and artists that aren't living like that, but are saying they're living like that. They never got caught. It's all this dope. They just never got caught. You know Noriega, the real Noriega.
He owes you 100 favors.
He owes you 100 favors.
100
And he told the whole world on the microphone. Nobody did an investigation.
I never forget Wyclef says, so listen, you have murdered over 150 people on wax, and you've never gone to jail. I'm just saying. Same.
Yeah.
He said exactly. Don't believe the hype. Well, anyway, keep going. I'm
Exactly. On top of that, these laws that are created that affect our people disproportionately, blacks, Latinos, Native Americans, these cocaine laws, where
sorry. And just how media.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, where it's created to put you in perpetual jurisdiction under the jail system.
Yeah.
There's a jail system created for you.
It's then the media that's set up to sit back here and water
Perpetuates.
you down.
Yes.
The media pushes you not to sit back here and work hard. They eliminate work ethic. This new generation is lazy as hell.
You know, the media, they highlight our deficiencies
Yes.
and our weaknesses and our niggerisms.
Yep.
You know, they love to highlight, we had 135 shootings
What
in
we
6
can't
months.
do. Yes.
You know, why we want to put more resources into that school system
Exactly.
when this school system is failing?
Yep.
None of these kids are passing any test scores.
Yep.
Look, why give them clean water? Look at the crime rate. The crime rate doesn't justify spending money on infrastructure. We got to put that infrastructure somewhere else. But those are the things they use to highlight us. As long as we stay defiled, then it justifies us being neglected.
Con. And all these are saying, look at him, Father. Because don't forget, what did Satan do? Because we're going to go into this Satan class down the line. What did Satan do when he was talking to the Most High? Listen, Father, if you touch him, he's going to cuss you out. Right? This is what the Most High was trying to convince the Most High.
Satan
Satan was trying to convince the Most High that Job wasn't deserving of the accolades the Most High gave him. So what is Satan doing through his lieutenant on earth, Esau? He's doing, see, Father? Listen, my sons are proving that every day that our people, that Israel isn't worth salvation. Look at their decisions that they make. They're always choosing their flesh. They're always choosing what's easier. They don't want to be responsible. They don't want to put their home together. They don't want to put you first. Look at what they're doing. I'm not doing that. I just gave them a choice.
Give an option.
Well, listen, my servants on earth, Amalek and Esau, they're just giving y'all a choice. Your children a choice. And they keep choosing the left-hand side.
and what they do is contaminate our culture and celebrate a murder culture.
Yeah.
Murder music. We just create murder music.
All you got to do is Jake and dresses with M16s out.
Yeah. Dresses,
What kind of message is that?
That's the new vibe.
M16, and then also you make sure that when you put the budget up so that you can fund the videos, that all the kids in the video got guns pointing at the camera.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to make sure some of those guns are fake, but they're still props because they still send a message. So what you do is you contaminate the culture,
Yep.
and you create a murder culture,
Exactly.
and then that murder culture feeds the pipeline that the same music company owns, who invest in the alternative prison population,
There
or
you go.
privatized prisons. So they're feeding the prison pipeline through the culture.
Drill music.
Drill music,
Gangster
murder music, gangster music, killing music.
Dope
All
music.
they're doing is feeding that pipeline that they also own in shares to. They got shares in privatized prisons.
Yeah.
Why does the music industry own prisons? Is there no coincidence that the
It's
people
not a
that
coincidence.
and then
But how about the same people that own the prisons, that own the music industry, also own the pornography industry?
Yeah.
They also own, I'm not going to name their names, but they sit back and own all of the arenas of vice.
They own cigarette
All the
companies.
vice industries are controlled by the same people, who are controlled by Satan.
And then when the music artist get capped for propagating violence, and he get capped by his own music.
Somebody took your lyrics serious.
Yeah, they took his lyrics serious, and he was getting funded on the. He had a budget. He had $1 million budget for that video,
Yeah,
but he got capped shooting the video.
yeah.
That same company got an insurance policy on him also.
Yep.
So when he died and ran down on the street, they collected that policy they had on him, and they have rights to everything he produced.
And
Now they got rights. They got the whole catalog.
And how about this? How about the people that got popped for cigarettes in the 60s and 70s? Guess what they did with their money? They didn't get rid of cigarettes. Cigarettes are still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But guess where they invested their profits into? The processed food industry.
There you go.
And I don't know
After new
if
cigarettes.
and guess what? How about the fact that they started investing their money into oils, the canola oils and the vegetable oils? That wasn't a thing until the 80s. So when the cigarette industry was dropping down, they just put their monies into just destroying your body a different way. Instead of destroying your lungs, you're going to destroy your brain. They said that people's IQs are diminishing when in the 80s. That happened because all of a sudden the seed oils come in. Now vegetable oil is a thing. Canola oil is a thing. Processed food is more rampant. So all the people that sat back and controlled the cigarettes just put the money into the bad foods.
And this is true. This is the true slogan that they actually put money into, and amongst the cigarette companies, they said your teenager today is our best customer tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's a real slogan.
That's crazy.
So where do you think they invest? They invested their money from the cigarettes
That's a long
to
game.
young people buying what? Fast
Food.
food. And wonder why these kids' IQs are lower. They can't focus. They're high off of canola oil and seed oils and sugars and refined sugar, refined flour,
And candy.
which is destroying their mind, body, and soul.
And Takis.
So pretty much, they're destroying their body.
You got kids dying from Takis
I
because
know.
that acidity level is so high, it corrodes and creates ulcers in their stomach.
My
So you're
God.
destroying their
Dying.
body and you're destroying their mind through the media. And then Satan is saying, see, I knew they couldn't serve you. Look at that. They're not serving you. They can't even focus. They can't focus on nothing. They're not worthy of the kingdom.
Give us a Japanese diet, we'll focus.
I know.
Because they eat fish and rice, soup.
Huh?
Their kids are doing
But
very
that's
well.
how society.
Trans fats.
That's how.
Trans fats.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had that.
Keep going.
This is short. Trans fats. It's like getting popular, and in New York they decided to get rid of trans fats for like a year, and all of a sudden all the ADHD that was going on diminished by 30%. Like, why did the scores go up and the ADHD went down? And then they had correlated, because we got rid of trans fats. When they did the research, the trans fats, the product of trans fat being put inside the food, the fat presence turns a chemical off in your brain that calms your brain. There's a hormone in your brain that calms your mind down enough to focus. But if trans fat is present in the ultra-processed food, you can't produce the hormone to be calm enough to concentrate. So they found out when they banned trans fats that it actually helped the brain and the thinking and the intelligence of the children. So what am I trying to say? What are we saying? That scientists and economists and business thinkers and owners, they come together and they look at what can they do to defile people and make money off of their spiritual, physical, psychological, and moral breakdown. How can we commodify your breakdown? How can we commodify the breakdown of the nuclear family? How can we commodify the breakdown of your lungs? How can we commodify the breakdown of your brain? How can we commodify the breakdown of your moral understanding? How can we commodify your life by putting you in perpetual debt slavery?
So how can I make money and destroy your spirit at the same time?
That's the satanic spirit behind it.
And that's how Esau accuses us every day. He sets us up to put us in positions to fail. And then Satan says, see, I told you he wasn't worth it. I told you he wasn't the chosen people like you say they are. Why do you keep loving these people? Look at what they do every day. And what we do is we eat the cheese, being a servant to our flesh, because we're carnal and we have no discipline.
Just Flint water. The main ingredient of Flint water is lead. Lead brain damage refers to the serious, often permanent harm that lead exposure causes to the brain and nervous system, particularly in children. This damage results from lead neurotoxic properties which can affect brain structure and function, leading to issues with cognition, behavior, and development, including hyperactivity. The reason it causes hyperactivity, it says that lead can cause neuroapostosis and hyperactivity where neurons go into overdrive.
Wow.
So it says learning disabilities, impaired impulse control. They become impulsive. They can't sit still. Even low-level lead exposure can cause harm. And while the effects are largely irreversible, prevention is key, as children are most vulnerable to the toxic effects of lead. So you got lead in New Orleans. You got the Toxic Alley where they got the waste plants over in Louisiana. They're Cancer Alley. Cancer Alley is what it's called, right outside of either Houston or Louisiana.
Cancer Alley.
Cancer Alley is a big movement right now where they're suing the government because they put toxic waste plants among low-income areas. But you're talking about the children are being permanently brain damaged, can't think straight, can't sit still, can't use their cognition, so they're not intelligent because they can't. Their computer is contaminated, it's corroded through the lead, and then it says the lead penetrates the blood-brain barrier.
Yep.
So now it pokes holes in the little film that's supposed to protect the brain when bacteria is in the bloodstream. So now when you poke holes in that blood-brain barrier, now the brain is susceptible to E. coli. Now the brain is susceptible to influenza A virus. The brain now becomes vulnerable to just a simple common cold. Will now penetrate the brain because there's holes in the blood-brain barrier. So you talking about that Esau is a damn devil, man. He's a devil. But now with halfway, sane children that can't sit still,
Focus.
They can't focus. See, this is why we got to lock them up. This is why the state has to step in and takes the right away from the parent because the parent can't raise these kids.
That's the spirit of the accuser. That is an accusing spirit. Set them up to fail, and then when they fail, see, this had to happen.
This is why we got to create state mandates.
And that's how you know that's the spirit of Esau, specifically Amalek. This is why they're not justified to be a nation on their own. This is why they're not justified for sovereignty. This is why they're the white man's burden. Because they can't establish themselves on their own, but we set the stage up to prove that they're not worthy of it.
Yep.
But if given a proper chance, we would, to a degree.
But everything's being broken down. Food is weaponized. Music is weaponized. Education is weaponized.
Woke agendas?
Yeah, woke agendas. Education.
All of it's weaponized
Yeah, you're right.
and created to destroy us. Along with our already hatred for one another. That's already, they don't got to teach that. That's already there.
That program.
That program was embedded in us from the beginning. Standard operating. That program's already embedded in us.
like that.
Self-hatred.
Self-hatred.
Listen, they didn't have to put that in there. That's already there.
Yeah.
So what's the point? Let's go back to the last part of verse 10, and we'll finish it out. For the accuser of our brethren.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accuse them before our power day and night.
So Satan is in the spiritual realm, communicating with the Most High, explaining why we don't deserve mercy. And Esau is the one physically enacting this work.
Setting the booby traps.
Setting the booby traps up, and then we're falling into it left and right. We are becoming statistics on a daily basis. Read on.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
So he says the only reason we survived this is because Christ died for us. How about that? Christ died for our sins, and that's the only reason we prevail. Because without Christ's dying for our sins, we wouldn't have enough collateral and clout to make it to get judged in the wilderness.
We wouldn't have enough works meet for repentance.
Because we're set up to fail. The only thing that saves us is Christ's mercy. That gives us a chance to get to the wilderness to get judged. Read on.
And by the word of their testimony.
So, on top of the fact that Christ's death gives us a chance, the second reason we make it is because of the Scriptures and our capacity to embrace the Word. So it's Christ's death which gives us a second chance, then our embracing the Bible and embracing these Scriptures and changing our life. And read on.
And they love not their lives unto the death.
And like Dawiyad said, you got to have Christ's mercy by his death. You have to sit back here and read these Scriptures. And lastly, you have to forfeit your life. So he's telling you, you can have the Bible all damn day long, but if you're not forfeiting your life, are you going to make it? That's what the book said. I'm not forcing these words in here. He said, you're overcome by Christ dying. You're embracing the Scriptures and testimonies. And you what? Not loving your own life. Not putting your own ambitions for your family, what you want out the deal in your personal life. That couldn't get in the way of your pursuit of Christ. He said, you got to be selfless and embrace this book, and you still got to have Christ's death to give you a shot. That's how you make it to the kingdom. All three of those things. We know Christ died, and for us, we're here in class, so we're reading the testimonies. Then what are you missing? Are you still loving your life? You still putting your life in front of his?
And Romans, finish that Romans. I had read verse 19 in Romans chapter 5. Read verse 20, 21.
Romans chapter 5?
Mm-hmm.
Romans chapter 5 and verse 20. Moreover, the law entered, that the offense might abound.
Why do we have the law? The law. We were given the law so that we could see how much of offenders we are. Something has to be able to point out how dirty we are. Something has to be able to point out the things in us that are not so attractive, and the things that the Most High finds ugly, or the things in us that could send us to death. So the law was necessary so that it can reveal what's wrong with us. Read on.
But where sin abounded,
It said, but what the Most High also done, though, is known that, okay, the more I'm going to keep showing you that you're dirty and filthy, that's more for you to have to repent and change. But because I know that you're insufficient and you'll fall short, because all of us fall short of the glory of the Most High. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Grace did much more abound.
So the Most High said, okay, I'm going to show you the law so you can see what's wrong with you. And as you repent on top of that and make changes, I'm going to also extend grace to you, because otherwise you wouldn't even have a chance. Because you wouldn't do enough to make it to the kingdom.
Because every day we show that we're unclean.
Every day we fall short. So the Most High said grace has to abound on top of us getting the law. Read on.
That as sin hath reigned unto death,
Go ahead.
even so might grace reign through righteousness unto eternal life by Yahushua our Lord.
And that's why we got to keep changing, keep repenting, on top of adopting the mindset of Christ, which is to put yourself last. Because that's what Paul said, ye that are strong, bear the infirmities of the weak, and please not yourselves, for even Christ pleased not himself. So that means my life don't belong to me, like Dawiana Ward brought out right here in Revelations. I didn't choose my life, like Christ didn't choose his life.
And this is why putting your life last is the only way you can please Christ. It ties us back to Luke 14. That means if your wife doesn't want to go the direction you want to go on Christ, you have to let her go her path, and you keep going your path. This is that foundation and rock that cannot change in your spirit.
And it's not like, what, give me all your money. Well, since you don't give me all your money, now that's justification to let you go.
No, it's not that.
It's not that, bro.
This is about loving your family as much as you can, as long as they want to adhere to your pursuit to serve the Most High.
See, brother, she ain't about Christ, brother.
because she's questioning my dumb actions.
Yeah, because I blew
I blew the rent.
I blew the rent.
Why is it? Brothers used to bring rent to the club and they lose the rent out and they get mad because they're checking them all that, or they're mad because she has apprehensions about giving them the check again.
Yeah, but you had the whole check in cash.
And the wallet was like this. I went around like this. I'm buying a drink for everybody. Hey, the brotherhood! Or brothers sit back here. We're not making it up. Or brothers sit back and just bring. They bring all they bring is the money and their idea. They don't even bring the leather out.
Yeah.
They sit back here. Their wallet's like this, like bulging out.
Yep.
This full of money out, stuck. And then you sit back here, you get drunk, and all of a sudden you know where the money went.
That's what happens. You use the bathroom, and you put the money on the little part with the
So
toilet paper.
stupid. It's so stupid.
And then you're so drunk, you walk out. Somebody comes, oh my gosh, and they get out too.
Then they go like, sir, you lost your money. Here's your money back. No, bro.
No, that's not happening.
It ain't happening. But Israel does dumb stuff, and they mad because the woman don't want to surf again.
She don't want
because your decision is so bad. And I want to leave her. She ain't alive to the spirit. That's not what it means. A lot of times, as a husband and wife are together, the Most High is testing both parties' faith. And as the man's faith is being tested, so is his wife.
Yep, Titus 2 and 3.
So when she has to sit back here, she has to decide if she wants to continue further in this work. So, and you do too. And then sometimes the man holds firm and chooses to serve the Most High, and sometimes she doesn't. Or sometimes she does. And that's how you got to look at it.
Everybody has certain levels.
And if she doesn't want to, if this is where her faith takes her, this is as far as it goes, you have to accept that that's where her faith goes and she has to go while you continue.
Yep.
And just pray and hope that she doesn't commit adultery to stain what possible reconciliation might happen down the line.
And this happens in almost every arena. It happens in the business arena, in the sports arena, any arena that requires education, especially with Christ, is going to be, are you married to the lifestyle? Are you committed to the lifestyle? How can two walk together unless they be what?
Agreed.
Agreed. With brothers too. There's brothers that want to give a certain amount, and then some brothers in a certain point say, I think this is too much.
And that's where everybody breaks off.
And it's not just women, it's just people in general that have preconceived limitations of how much they want to commit to.
And this is why it's not personal.
Yeah.
This is a person that has met their limit, and there's no person, not personal, without a problem. You gotta go. But the truth is, when you leave, just know you ain't growing no more.
Yep.
That there's no change in it. You're not growing. When you take that step off, that's where your faith ends. It only begins again when you get back on the board and keep going forward. Once again, experience teaches you not to take it personal, and experience teaches you, hey, this is a part of life. Everybody hits their limit. You just got to make sure you learn from them so that you don't hit your limit. That's the lesson.
Yeah, that's the lesson.
So
don't put a maximum on your relationship with Christ. Don't put a governor on your relationship with Christ.
Nothing
Don't
can
put a
get
bracket.
nothing. Listen, another person staying or going can't change what you do for the Lord, and that's all it's saying about in Luke chapter 14, verse 26. I don't think it's very wise to continue. We went like to one verse today. We went to Josephus and then we just took off. It gives me more time to keep putting my classes. But we're going to shut it down at that point. We will go into the faith aspect of this next week, because next week we're going to go into how the Most High came through for us. Once a portion of us, think about this, a portion of us, a lot of Israelites ran. They just ran. And then they look up a month later, everything was okay. The question is, the question was, how did they respond? The guys that quit and ran off. When like 3 weeks later, everything was okay.
You at the grocery store, you see him like, Shalom,
Yeah, like this. I'm glad everything worked out for you, brother.
I was scared.
I was so, it sure didn't look good. I had to make a move for my family. For my family. It was very shortly after these guys bounced, everything worked out.
That's real life.
That was almost like like you said, they pulled their card out.
They pulled their card. And you were like, Shalom, brother. How about Shem Yashai Brakatah?
Is everybody all right? Yeah,
like we
is
good.
everybody make it? Everybody okay? Yeah, but
That dude got like French bread in his hand out. You know the big bread. He got chicken and French bread in his hand. Everybody okay?
He got some chicharrones in his hands. He got back chicharrones again.
he gave up that quick. Yeah.
Yeah, but they smell like cigarettes.
But we're gonna go into like a lot of these guys left, but right afterwards the Most High delivered them, and it happens a lot of times with Israelites.
Most High purges crazy.
They're like, so what is he purged? He's purging
It's the
people
Father purging her.
who didn't have faith,
Come.
and the other ones built up and got stronger, and other people came in, and new people came in and got added to the army later on.
You know,
Some guys get faded out,
the
get
conviction,
exposed.
the conviction and the consciousness. You have to think that I thought I was justified in leaving, and if nothing happened,
And you still got to keep making that justification.
yeah. But if nothing happened, then how can I say I'm justified?
You gonna find some reason.
I just didn't like Judas. I didn't like he was too much.
Judas was extreme,
He was
man.
too much.
He kept fighting, man. He kept fighting, man.
He kept
Yeah.
fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
He kept
That was crazy. I thought that was for him. That was for
It was
him.
extreme.
I think he was taking more of the spoils than he said he was.
You gotta say what you gotta say
Yeah,
to justify why you quit.
It ain't failed yet, but I left before.
Yeah.
It ain't
I got
failed
a
yet.
little early.
Yeah, I got out early. Yeah.
I had did my services. I knew it was gonna work out. And I had to go take care of my business. I knew it was gonna work out though, bro. This is a mistake.
I already saw where it was going.
Yeah.
I already saw it.
Israel does it all. It was a sinking ship. I knew it was sinking. The ship was sinking.
I prayed for the brothers. I kept praying for the brothers.
It was a failed system. It wasn't gonna last.
Yeah.
This system wasn't gonna work, man. Long term, man.
These are all the little angles that Israel does.
You know, Judas wasn't using no wisdom, man. You wasn't using wisdom, man. Sometimes you gotta sit back here and work with the enemy to survive the enemy. You dig me?
Yeah.
You gotta work with the enemy to survive the enemy. So the next generation can come in and take over. You dig?
Yeah.
That's the thinking, huh?
Wise as serpents.
Kinda. So listen, we're gonna go into that next week, but it was important. I wasn't planning on it, but it was important to kind of go into that part. It was that was good,
What to do about household in the midst of trouble.
and just what quitting looks like.
And the harvest.
Right at that point, the Most High had a big blessing waiting for us, but a lot of them just left because it didn't look like they can control the outcome.
And it goes in the hireling dynamic. We talk about that. We talked about that maybe like a week and a half ago about the shepherd versus the hireling. And why does the hireling leave? Because he perceives danger.
Yeah.
But Christ, I am the good shepherd. I give my what? Life for the sheep.
Yep. So the people who left were hirelings, but they just hadn't been revealed yet. That's all it was. So with that, we're going to sit back here and send our prayers about Majim, Wapunya, Yerushalayim.
Stay to face Jerusalem.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh. Nothing to know.
Nothing to know.
Nothing.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh. Nothing to know. A war. La.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Natalanawa. Ha'ayom. Kwara. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Ramashah. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the
And
morning.
thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither that the fool understand this.
Neither that the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shall not exalt.
But my horn shall not exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears.
And my ears.
Shall hear.
Shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no righteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Iowa.
La Duwan. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Harash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Manawathiwa. Kator. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Haroria. Zayawan. Kaya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, Al-Ulam, Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Four corners up. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushai. Rakanawa. Rashralim. Wabiat. Support. Turk. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushai. Rakanawa. Rashralim. Wabiat. Support. Turk. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushai. Rakanawa. Rashralim. Wabiat. Support. Turk. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushai. Rakanawa. Rashralim. Wabiat. Support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushai. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushai. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All love. All power. From Yahweh. All power. From Yahweh. All power. From Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushai. The water. Yad. Aman. Circle up. You good?
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Wah, Yahushai, Wah, Kwam, Yahshua Allah. My name is Israel, Amadra. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Kwam, Yahshua Allah.
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 Uh,
Got your time. Turn and face the sisters.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amaja, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Lathan Ba'Shem Yahshua. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, thank you for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. All right. Shalom.